As requested, this is a new Star Wars What If as requested. Alright brat, you got everything I told you to pack? Jiraiya asked, looking down at the blonde-haired young shinobi standing next to him. Yes Ero Sennin, now can we go already? I know how to pack for a trip, the boy replied, impatience all but dripping from his voice. The Sunnin's eye twitched at his student's careless attitude, but he carried on regardless. Naruto wouldn't get out of a gear check that easily. Spare clothes? Yes. Kunao and shuriken? Yes, passport. Ugh, yes. Secret ramen stash? Yes. Now can we wait, what? As the last question actually finished processing through Naruto's mind, he flinched, and a guilty look stole across his face. Aha! So you did pack ramen. Even though I said not to. A knowing smirk adorned Jiraiya's face as he looked at his embarrassed student. He did so love it when kids thought they could get one by him. No. Naruto winced at his words. Even by his own standards, that was a transparent lie. Whatever kid. I'm not the one who has to lug the extra weight around. Make no mistake though, you will be eating healthy on this trip. I can't have a shrimp for an apprentice after all, Jiraiya said with a teasing grin. Naruto, choosing the path of maturity and grace, blew a raspberry and flipped the bird at his mentor, before turning and marching off down the road. He wanted to leave, and quickly. It was hard enough, knowing he wouldn't see his home or any of his friends for 3 years. Lingering at the village gates wasn't helping his resolve. Every second he delayed was another second he wasn't training, and another reminder of what he was leaving behind. Watching Naruto walk away, Jiraiya took note of the set of his shoulders and his stiff posture. The young shinobi practically radiated determination and stubbornness. That was good. The boy had been through a lot in the last few months. Enough to break most men twice his age. Fighting Orochimaru in the Forest of Death, the Otosuna invasion, Sarutobi's death, his teammates' defection and his injuries sustained at the Valley of the End. And now I'm taking him from his friends for 3 years, Jiraiya thought. Even with all that he still stands straight. Damn if this kid isn't the most determined 12-year-old I've ever seen. If he can survive what's coming for him, then he just might make Hokage one day. With those thoughts in mind, Jiraiya quickly caught up to his student. As he drew level with Naruto, he briefly squeezed his shoulder. Naruto looked up, meeting his gaze. Upon seeing his mentor's look of approval, he broke into one of his signature grins. Turning back to face his village, he shouted, "Just you wait guys. When I get back, I'll be the most awesome ninja of all time. I'm gonna kick the team's butt and become Hokage. You'll see. Nothing's gonna stop me." Oh. Alright brat, we're here, Jiraiya said, mentally counting down for the inevitable response from his pupil. Finally. We've been walking forever. When are you gonna start training me? And where is here anyways? Naruto responded as he waved his arms angrily. He had been expecting Jiraiya to teach him all sorts of cool and powerful jutsu. After all, the whole point of this trip was to turn him into a badass. How else was he supposed to kick the crap out of Sasuke? Geez brat, it's been 2 days. That's hardly forever, as you put it. And this is a favorite old campsite of mine. As for training, that starts in a bit. Before that though, let's set up camp. We need to talk. Jiraiya gained a slightly grim look in his eyes as he spoke. Naruto, distracted as he was by the promise of imminent training, missed it. He immediately sprang into the small clearing with a loud cheer. As he set up their camp, Jiraiya could hear him muttering about the various jutsus he would soon learn. The older man chuckled at the boy's antics, before frowning again. I just hope that this news doesn't kill that spirit of his. This world needs people like him, Jiraiya thought. Still, whatever the outcome, this has been kept from him for far too long. I owe him the truth, at the very least. Sighing at his own thoughts, the Sunin started forward and joined his student in pitching the camp. The task, one he had completed thousands of times before, helped take his mind off of what he knew was going to be a very difficult conversation. Soon enough, though, the camp was set up, and the two of them sat facing each other over a small fire. Naruto was practically bouncing with anticipation. He couldn't wait to get this talk out of the way so they could start training. One look at Jiraiya quelled his enthusiasm somewhat. The older man looked uncomfortable. He kept shifting his weight back and forth, and he was absent-mindedly shredding a tuft of grass between his hands. If Naruto didn't know better, he would say Jiraiya looked nervous. But that was impossible. For all his goofy antics, Jiraiya was the strongest and most awesome ninja he knew. He couldn't get nervous over a simple conversation, could he? Before he could give voice to these doubts, his teacher cleared his throat and sat up a little straighter. "All right, Naruto. Before I start, you should know that what I'm about to tell you is going to be hard for you to hear. You're going to feel hurt, angry, and confused, and that's okay. Just know that the old man and I did the best we could with a bad situation." Jiraiya's tone was serious and heavy as he spoke. He stared at the fire, not meeting Naruto's confused gaze. "Why yeah, okay Ero Sennin," Naruto said. "What's all this about? You're making me nervous here." "It's about your parents, Naruto." Naruto inhaled sharply and froze, his eyes wide. 1,000 thoughts seemed to pass through his mind in an instant, but only one rose to the top. "You know who my parents are?" Naruto asked softly, his voice tight with a mix of hope and pain. Pain born from too much bad news, and too many dashed hopes over the years. "Yes I do. Hiruzen ordered Kakashi and I dash." "Wait, Kakashi knows too?" Naruto shouted, a look of betrayal flashing across his face as he leapt to his feet. "Yes, he does. Now don't look like that, the Sandaime ordered him not to tell you." Kakashi fought that decision every step of the way, but in the end he is still a Jonin of Konoha, and he couldn't disobey a direct order from the Hokage. He requested you for his team as his way of trying to make it up to you. Somewhat mollified at this, Naruto sat back down. After a moment's thought, he sighed and nodded. Jiraiya took this as a sign to continue and resumed speaking. "I'll start with your mother. Her name was Kushina Uzumaki. She was a Jonin of Konoha, and one of the most amazing women I have ever met." "What was she like?" Naruto asked, desperate for any knowledge of his family. "She was a lot like you, Naruto. Brash, loud, impulsive. She hated bullies, and gained quite a reputation for her temper. But she was also incredibly kind. She loved her friends, and they loved her. She would have been a pretty awesome mom." As he spoke, Jiraiya's voice grew wistful. He had tried not to think of these memories too often over the years, and it was still painful bringing them to the fore of his mind. In a very small voice, Naruto asked the one question that had tormented him for as long as he could remember. Did she love me?" Raising his face to meet his student's eyes, Jiraiya said, "Yes she did. Your mom and dad were both incredibly excited to become parents. They loved you from the moment they found out Kushina was pregnant, and they sacrificed their lives to save yours. No matter what you may think of them when I'm done talking, never, ever, doubt that they loved you and wanted to raise you." Naruto nodded and sniffled. His normally bright eyes were filled with unshed tears, but his mouth twitched into a small, but genuine smile. He took a shaky breath before nodding to himself. Looking back up at Jiraiya, he asked, "What about my dad? Who was he?" Your dad is where things get complicated. He is ultimately the reason that you weren't told any of this as a kid." "What? What did he do? Why is he so complicated?" "Your dad, well, there's no easy way to put this, so here it is. Your dad was Minato Namikaze, the Yondaime Hokage, and my old pupil. Naruto's mouth opened and closed repeatedly but no sounds came out. Disbelief waged war with shock and joy across his features. Shock won, and his eyes nearly popped out of his head as his brain finally accepted that, yes, he had in fact heard that right. But I what? Just what? Naruto shouted as he, once again, leapt to his feet, his arms waving about him wildly. My dad is the fucking yondaime. The guy I idolized. The guy who dash. Naruto suddenly froze, his burst of exuberance fading away. One fist clenched, while the other gripped his jacket, directly over his stomach. Why? He asked, his voice trembling slightly. Why me? Why use his own son for that? I thought you said he loved me. So why would he do that to me? Why? Listen to me Naruto, Jiraiya said, his firm voice cutting through Naruto's distress. Your father did love you. He just didn't have a choice when it came to the ceiling. Naruto dropped his arms and sat down again. The tension in his body was visible, but he forced himself to be still, and motioned for Jiraiya to continue. The first thing you should know is that your mother was the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi before you. It was sealed into her when she was just a girl, when its first host, Mito Uzumaki, was dying. Wait, Naruto said. Every Jinchuriki for the fox has been an Uzumaki. Why? What makes us so special? The Kyuubi isn't like the other Baijuyu, Jiraiya replied. It's far more powerful. Too powerful for an ordinary human to contain, no matter the seal. Uzumakis and Senjus have extraordinarily powerful life forces. Only they can contain an entity that powerful without exploding. Naruto felt a small flare of chakra from the seal, accompanied by a low growl echoing in his mind. He shook his head and ignored it. If the fox didn't like hearing about this, tough. Naruto needed to know this stuff. When I arrived after the Kyuubi's attack, Jiraiya continued, I conducted an investigation into how it had escaped your mother. The seal on a female Jinchuriki weakens when they are giving birth, but your father had prepared for that. It turned out that an unknown shinobi somehow broke into the chamber where they were hidden, and managed to release the Kyuubi from Kushina, dooming her. What do you mean dooming her? Naruto asked. When a Baijuyu is extracted from a host, the host dies, Jiraiya replied, his voice grim. Her powerful life force and determination let her cling on for a little while, but as soon as the fox was ripped from her, her fate was sealed. Naruto looked pale and sick at that revelation. Jiraiya couldn't blame him. He had just learned that his mother had been murdered just to get to the beast now sealed in his own belly. What happened after that? Naruto asked. Pretty much what you learned in the academy, Jiraiya answered. The fox ran rampant, destroying everything it could reach. We think your father was busy dealing with whoever attacked your mother and released the Kyuubi. Eventually the Sandaime pushed it out of the village, and your father showed up to seal it. He and your mother pinned it down, and then they sacrificed their lives sealing it into you. So I was just convenient. He sealed it into me because he needed someone who could hold its power. That's it. Naruto asked, his voice bitter. Not quite, said Jiraiya. Your father lived just long enough to tell the Sandaime his last words. Hiruzen then told them to me, and now I'm telling them to you. He said, tell Naruto that I gave him this burden because I believe in him. After all, it's a father's job to believe in his son. I know he will grow up to be a hero. That was his final message for you, word for word. This last revelation proved to be too much for Naruto's already flimsy emotional control. The tears that had been threatening to fall for the last few minutes finally began to flow freely down his face. As Naruto's shoulder shook with quiet sobs, Jiraiya walked around the fire to sit next to his student. Sensing the proximity of his teacher, Naruto buried his face in the older man's shoulder. He desperately needed something, anything to cling onto as he weathered the storm of emotions these revelations had brought him. Neither said anything for several minutes. Jiraiya merely sat there, offering silent comfort to the distraught boy crying into his shoulder. He had enough experience in life to know that Naruto didn't need words right now. That could come later. Right now, Naruto just needed to express his pain until he found that he could handle it. It was perhaps 10 minutes later that Naruto's sobs began to lapse into more muted hiccups. Not too long after that he stopped crying altogether. After one final, unsteady breath, Naruto regained control over himself. After removing his face from Jiraiya's, now very wet, shoulder, Naruto quickly wiped the snot from his nose and looked away, embarrassed. Jiraiya chuckled internally a bit at that. Just minutes ago Naruto had been concerned over whether or not his parents had even loved him, and now here he was, all red-faced and mortified that someone had seen him cry. "I don't know what you're embarrassed about, kid. I'm the one who has snot all over his clothes," Jiraiya said with a laugh. Naruto shot him a glare, but he ignored it and continued. "Nothing wrong with crying at something like that. That was some heavy stuff. I'm sure you have questions." Naruto recognized when he was being given an out, and he seized it, grateful to distract himself from his recent breakdown. Clearing his throat he said, "Well yeah. First one, why was I never told any of this before? You said that Jiji made it in order to keep it quiet, but why would he do that?" Jiraiya nodded, having expected that very question. If anything, he was mildly impressed that Naruto had managed to ask it so calmly. He had been expecting an outburst of rage and pain, especially after how Naruto had cried just now. He could see the anger there, but Naruto had control of it for now. Kakashi must have been working with the kid since he last saw him. Shaking himself from his thoughts, he began to answer his student's question. Hiruzen believed that it was the only way to protect you. Minato had a lot of enemies. A lot of enemies. If they found out that he had a son, a Jinchuriki no less, they would have stopped at nothing to get to you. So what? He thought I would have blabbed it to everyone. I wouldn't have done that. Naruto protested. Jiraiya just raised an eyebrow at that and stared. After a few seconds, Naruto started to twitch. "Alright fine," he exclaimed. "Maybe I would have told people. That doesn't mean I have to be happy about this. It sucked not knowing who my parents were, or if they even wanted me. Stupid Jiji. No one expects you to be happy about this, Naruto. You got dealt a raw deal, especially after the knowledge that you were a Jinchuriki leaked. But if you want to be mad at anyone for how you grew up, be mad at me." "You?" Naruto asked, confused. "What do you have to do with this? Why should I be mad at you?" "You should be mad at me, because I am the man who should have raised you," Jiraiya said, his voice leaden with guilt. "I'm your godfather." Naruto didn't say anything at first. Jiraiya wasn't brave enough to look at his godson's face, for fear of seeing the hatred he knew he deserved. He just stared off to one side, waiting for the shouting. After a couple more seconds he heard a very small voice from beside him. "Why? Did I do something wrong?" Jiraiya's heart lurched at that. It took every ounce of self-control he had not to storm back to the village, find whatever subhuman pieces of filth had done this to his godson, and rip their bones from their still living bodies. The boy had just found out that his appointed guardian had abandoned him without a word, and his first thought was that it was somehow his fault. How dare they? He ought to dash. No, Jiraiya thought to himself. Revenge solves nothing, and I have a much more important job right now than satisfying my own anger. Namely, setting his godson straight. No, Naruto. Listen to me very closely. You did nothing wrong. How could you, when you were just a baby? No, I left you for several reasons, some good, and some selfish. Do you want to hear them? Naruto paused for a moment, before slowly nodding his head. I'll start with the most practical reason. My duty to the village. We lost over a third of our forces and our leader in the Kuwabai's attack. Not even 6 months later, Orochimaru fled, taking even more of our strength. Konoha looked like a tempting target. You know that I am the village's spymaster, right? Naruto nodded his head again. He thought he could see where this was going, but he wasn't ready to talk yet. Well, I was back then too. I needed to be out in the field, making sure we could neutralize the threats of war before they even materialized. I couldn't take a baby with me on missions, and I couldn't refuse them either. Protecting the village kept you safe too. At least, that's what I told myself. And what was the selfish reason? Naruto asked, his voice completely flat. I was scared, Jiraiya said. By the time I wasn't constantly needed in the field, you were 8 years old. I have to understand, I thought of your parents as my own children. After I lost them, I was scared that if I let myself get close to you, I would just lose you too. Jiraiya took a deep breath at that. Even now, it still hurt so much to think of Minato and Kushina. Still he owed it to their son, his godson, to continue. So I convinced myself that you were better off without me. I told myself that you looked so much like Minato that if anyone saw us together, they would make the connection. Naruto blinked at that last bit. Hesitantly, as if the words were somehow fragile, he asked, I look like my dad. Yeah, you do. You got your nose and your cheekbones from your mom, but everything else? That's all Minato. But that's not the point. The point is, I was just grasping at straws, because I didn't want to face you. I wasn't just scared of losing you. I didn't want to face my own failure to look after my pupil's son. I am so sorry for that. With that done, Jiraiya turned his head to the side. His eyes were clenched shut, burning with unshed tears. He sat and waited for the inevitable judgment. He didn't have to wait for long. Thwack. HRRK. The Toad Sage's eyes bulged out as he felt a small but very strong foot kick him straight in the balls. He slipped sideways off the log he was sitting on and began to curl into a ball. Well, that's it, he thought through the fog of pain. He definitely hates me. Not that I don't deserve. Whumph. Jiraiya's self-recrimination was interrupted as a blonde-haired, orange-clad rocket latched onto him in a desperate hug. Naruto kept mumbling something into his shirt, but he could quite hear it. Returning the hug in pure instinct, Jiraiya strained his ears until he could hear what his godson was saying. I have family, Naruto kept repeating, over and over, as if stopping would make the words a lie. I have family. I have family. I have family. Yes you do, Naruto, Jiraiya whispered as he squeezed his godson a little tighter. Yes you do. Oh. The next day, Naruto awoke to the heavenly smell of ramen. Upon extricating himself from his sleep roll, he found his godfather busily stirring a pot of the divine dish over the campfire. As he stretched out his stiff muscles, Naruto froze mid-yawn. His godfather. That was right. It hadn't been a dream, like he half hoped, half dreaded it would turn out to be last night. Glancing up, Naruto sighed. He still wasn't sure how he felt about everything that he was told last night. They had stayed up half the night talking, with Jiraiya answering every question Naruto asked him about himself and his parents. It had been nice. But also confusing. He couldn't figure out what he was feeling. Happy. He was definitely happy to know who his parents were, and that they had, in fact, loved him. That secret fear, that he had been unwanted, had poisoned more than a few of what should have been happy memories for him. Anger. He was most certainly angry. Angry at the man who murdered his mother. Angry at his father for not finding some other baby to sacrifice. Angry at the fox for even existing. And angry at Jiraiya for not being there when he needed him. But he was there, Naruto thought. He was there for me before the third round of the Chunin exams. He was there to help me find Tsunade and learn the Rasengan. He was there when Sasuke hurt me and I needed advice. And he is here now, telling me the truth, and willing to train me even more. Ah, but what about all those cold nights, lonely and afraid? Another part of his mind whispered. What about all those times I was yelled at, or thrown out on the street, or had rocks thrown at me? Where was he then? Naruto shook his head to rid himself of those thoughts. He had never been one to live in the past, and he wasn't about to start now. Jiraiya was here now. That was what mattered. That and the ramen. Never forget the ramen. Deciding that a bowl of ramen would help him untangle the knotted string of his thoughts, Naruto stood up and walked over to the fire. He silently scooped a bowlful of ramen and sat down next to his godfather to eat it. They sat there in silence for several minutes, each eating their ramen. After some time, Naruto looked up at his godfather and said, I thought you were going to make me eat healthy on this trip, Ero-sennin. Does this mean that ramen is healthy? Jiraiya blinked at this, not having expected such a normal question. Still, it was a chance to break the awkward tension that had been building for the last few minutes, so he chuckled before responding. No, brat, this does not mean ramen is healthy, he said with a teasing smirk on his face. Just think of this as a, please don't kick me in the balls again, bribe. Said Naruto, before smirking himself. So when I kick you in the balls I get ramen. Oh. That definitely hadn't been the conclusion Jiraiya had wanted his godson to draw. Fervently shaking his head, Jiraiya put a stop to that notion. Hell to the fuck no. That fucking hurt, brat. You do that again, and I'll burn every ramen shop in the country. A look of horror crossed Naruto's face, before they both burst out laughing. It wasn't so much that what Jiraiya had said was funny. It was just a relief to know that they could still have this teasing banter, even after everything from the previous evening. After they had both calmed down and finished their breakfast, Jiraiya suddenly sat up straight. He smacked himself on the forehead and cursed, drawing Naruto's attention. What's the matter, Ero-sennin? Did ya forget something? Naruto asked. Yeah, I did, Jiraiya said as he reached into his vest to pull out a scroll. I meant to give this to you last night, but with everything well I forgot. Anyway, it's from Tsunade. Have a look. He tossed the scroll over to Naruto, who neatly caught it. Unrolling the scroll, he scanned it quickly before his eyes widened. A grin broke out across his face as he looked up at his mentor. This is Desh Yep. So I'm Desha. When? Grinning, Jiraiya reached over and clapped his newest student on the back. Kakashi and I recommended you right after the retrieval mission. Tsunade signed it the day we left. Look on the bottom of the scroll. Naruto's eyes flicked down to where Jiraiya had mentioned. He saw a small storage seal drawn right next to the Hokage's signature. Biting his thumb to draw blood, he smeared it across the seal. A brief flare of chakra and a puff of smoke later, he had two mid-sized bundles sitting in his lap. He grabbed the larger one first. With a quick tearing noise he ripped the paper cover off and unfolded its contents. In his hands was a brand new green Konoha flak vest, a symbol of his new rank. Ha, I knew Baa-chan would have to promote me. I can't wait to see everyone's faces when they see I made Chunin. That'll show them to doubt Naruto Uzumaki. Satisfied that he had made a suitably awesome proclamation, Naruto turned his attention to the second package. Picking it up, he looked at his mentor, slightly confused. I already have the vest. What's in this one, Ero-sennin? I'm not sure, Jiraiya said. Kakashi put it in there. He said it was a gift. Grinning like a lunatic, Naruto proceeded to tear open the second package. 3 small bundles fell out. He picked one up and unrolled it, revealing a set of navy blue pants and an identically colored shirt. It was a set of standard-issue Konoha shinobi clothing, identical to the ones Kakashi always wore. As he looked at it, he saw something fall out of one of the pant legs. Setting the clothes aside, he picked it up and examined it. It turned out to be a mesh armor bodysuit wrapped around a pair of metal-plated gloves and lobstered steel vambraces. Naruto quickly checked the other two bundles. They were each identical, save for the last one. Along with the same items as the other bundles, it contained 3 cloth masks, and a note. Unfolding the note, Naruto read it to himself. Naruto, I wanted you to have these gifts to congratulate you on your well-earned promotion. I never doubted that you would reach this level, just as I do not doubt now that you will soon surpass me. Your determination and hard work have taken you this far, and I see no reason why they will not take you as far as you care to go. No doubt you have noticed the masks I included for you. In my clan, it was traditional for the men of each new generation to wear a mask until they had sons of their own. While I may not be your father, I think of you as family. It is in that spirit that I offer these masks to you, so that you may represent me in my teachings wherever you may go. I can think of no higher honor than to have the traditions of my clan carried on by you. Farewell for now, Naruto. Until we see each other again, I wish you good luck. Make me proud, and enjoy the road of life. Kakashi Hatake. Naruto felt his eyes sting as he blinked rapidly. This overwhelming show of trust and support from his sensei was enough to bring a lump to his throat. He wordlessly passed the letter to Jiraiya and stood up. Scooping one of the bundles of clothes into his arms, he grabbed his new vest and one of the masks before walking into the bushes to change. When Naruto re-emerged a few minutes later, he caught a very different image than he had previously. Gone was the hideous orange outfit, as loud and brash as its wearer. In its place was the professional-looking garb of a Konoha shinobi. With the mask covering the bottom half of his face, Naruto was transformed from a baby-faced youth into a serious warrior. Only his eyes, still shining with barely restrained energy and innocence, gave away the fact that he was still the same boy. That, and the fact that he promptly began to dance around the clearing like an idiot, loudly exclaiming how awesome he was to everything within earshot. Thankfully for Jiraiya's reputation, this only included a few birds and squirrels. The sage sighed in exasperation as his eye twitched at his godson's antics. He was seriously going to have to teach that kid how not to spoil a cool moment like that. This was just ridiculous. Sighing again, he reached out and plucked Naruto off the ground by the back of his collar, earning a startled yelp from the hyperactive Jinchuriki. Okay, that's enough celebrating for now, brat. Settle down, we've got training to do. Yada. Naruto cheered as he swung in Jiraiya's grip. The mention of training instantly drove any other thought from his head. Grinning in spite of himself, Jiraiya set his godson down. Oh, he was so going to enjoy this. The enthusiastic ones were always the best. They made the funniest faces when they realized what they had signed up for. Oh, I'm dying. No, you're not, brat. You're just a little tired. Nope. I'm definitely dying. You certainly seem to have enough energy to bitch and moan. Maybe we should go again. No. I'll shut up. Ha 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 ha. Any casual observer who happened upon the scene between Naruto and Jiraiya would have immediately noticed several things. The first was that the two of them evidently took a dim view of the world's casual observers, judging by the remarkable number of traps that ringed the clearing they were in. If they survived the various pitfalls, explosives, and pointy metal implements that awaited the unwary, the second thing they would notice was that Jiraiya looked utterly fine. His clothes were clean and unwrinkled. He had a distinct lack of sweat dripping from his brow. He wasn't even breathing hard. The third thing this casual observer would notice was that Naruto looked far from fine. Very far indeed. He was covered in muck, sweat, and a multitude of small cuts and bruises. His breathing was ragged, as he desperately gasped for air. He would have been swaying on his feet, if he had had the energy to stand. As it was, he was kneeling on the ground, panting with exhaustion. He had only been pushed this far once before in his life, in his fight with Gaara. That had been a fight with a manifested Byakuya, after he had already fought Neji and a dozen or so invading Oto shinobi. This had been one guy, and he hadn't even laid a finger on him. "I'm really glad that I don't have to fight you for real, sensei," Naruto managed to gasp out as he staggered to his feet. It was a testament to his incredible stamina that he was already able to stand after his most recent sparring session with Jiraiya. "You should be proud of yourself, brat," the older ninja said. "You've come a long way in the last 2 weeks. I'm impressed." Naruto nodded at the compliment, too tired to do anything more exuberant. He began to shift into a ready stance again, but a raised hand from Jiraiya stopped him. "We're done for now, brat. Take a break and clean yourself up." Naruto nodded wearily, before stumbling off towards the river to clean all the muck off of himself. Internally, he wept with relief. Jiraiya was an absolute sadist when it came to training. Nothing less than perfection was allowed in each new technique, and he would demand that Naruto repeat a kata at least 5 times without flaws before he was allowed to move on. When it came to sparring, Naruto felt like he was trying to lay siege to a castle with an army of feather dusters. Jiraiya blocked every attack, countered every trick, and evaded every trap, all seemingly with minimal effort. He never went on the offensive against Naruto. Instead, he waited for his pupil to grow frustrated and make a mistake, or overextend himself. The instant that happened, Jiraiya would brutally counterattack, putting Naruto on his back within 1 or 2 moves. Then he would point out his mistake, and have him stand and try again. And again. And again. Still, he was making progress, Naruto reflected as he washed the grime from his clothes. He was lasting longer before Jiraiya spotted an opening. He was also managing to block the first of Jiraiya's lightning-fast counter-attacks more often. He had yet to manage blocking the second strike, but he was close. He could feel it. 10 minutes later, a freshly washed Naruto walked into camp. Upon spotting the campfire that Jiraiya had started, Naruto pouted slightly, a pall seemingly falling across his typical good cheer. "What's got you looking down, kid?" Jiraiya asked when he spotted his student's sudden attitude shift. "I'm still pissed off that you burned my tracksuit," Naruto muttered. "You're still hung up on that? For the last time, I did you a favor. That thing was hideous. I mean, it was orange for crying out loud." "Hey. I've told you, orange is an awesome color. Why can't anyone else see that? Shinobi don't wear orange, brat," Jiraiya said, an air of finality to his voice. Naruto just shook his head at that. Some people just couldn't understand. So what if it wasn't subtle? Orange was great. It made everything better. Sure, he loved the new clothes that Kakashi-sensei had got for him. But he still mourned the death of his tracksuit. It had served him for years, it had been comfortable, and most important of all, it had been orange. Fortunately, in this case at least, Naruto was easily distracted. In this case it was a strange humming in the air that pulled him from his plots to avenge the death of his beloved tracksuit. Glancing around, he didn't see anything that could be causing the noise. Frowning, he palmed a kunao. Jiraiya also heard the unusual hum, and immediately went on guard. He moved next to his godson, ready to protect him if the need arose. He was pleased to see that Naruto had the good sense to arm himself. All the lessons in preparedness and suspicion were finally paying off. Before either of them could do more than tense, the humming spiked in volume. A bright light flared throughout the clearing. Unable to identify where the attack was coming from, or if it even was an attack at all they could do was brace for the worst. The last thing either of them noticed before consciousness fled was a sensation of falling, and then nothing. Oh. Naruto's return to consciousness was surprisingly swift. There was no grogginess or numbness to suggest he had been drugged. One moment he was unconscious, the next, his eyes had snapped open and he shot to his feet, looking around wildly for his godfather. "Jiraiya," he hissed softly, unwilling to shout if there might be enemies lurking nearby. "Jiraiya, where are you?" "I'm right here, Naruto," a voice said from the shadows off to his left. Naruto turned to see his godfather standing up, seemingly unharmed. "Are you all right?" Jiraiya asked. "Any injuries?" "I'm fine," Naruto replied. "What happened? What was all that light and humming?" "I'm not sure. It's nighttime though, so we've been out for at least a few hours," Jiraiya said as he looked around. Now that his eyes were adjusted to the darkness, he noticed something that made him frown in confusion. This wasn't the same forest that they had been in earlier. He didn't recognize any of the plants, and there were boulders strewn about where before there had been flat ground. Glancing down, his frown deepened. All of their gear was still with them. It was, in fact, set up exactly as it had been before the whatever had happened. Before he could further ponder the meaning of his observations, he heard a startled gasp from behind him. He whirled around, a kunai appearing in his hand as if by magic, ready to face whatever threat may have surprised his godson. Upon turning, all he saw was Naruto, frozen in apparent shock, one trembling hand pointing at the sky. "Jiraiya-sensei, that isn't right, is it?" Naruto asked, his voice shaking. Following his godson's finger up into the sky, Jiraiya paled when he saw what Naruto was pointing at. His jaw dropped, and the kunai fell from his hand. "No. No it isn't," he said. "Far up in the night sky, where before there had been only one moon, there were now two. Oh. Tens of thousands of light years away, or in another plane of existence entirely, depending on how you looked at it." A green-haired woman fell back into a chair with an exhausted sigh. It had worked. To be sure, it had cost her dearly. She had spent a great deal of power on this desperate plan of hers. Power that would take years to recover. But that was her problem. What mattered was that there was now just a little bit of hope for the galaxy to weather the coming storms. For all that her brother crowed about the supremacy of his power, he forgot one thing about the light. It was never alone. There were always people willing to help. "Okay, first things first," Jiraiya thought to himself. "Do not panic. Just stay safe." "What the fuck?" he heard Naruto scream. "Why are there two moons? What's going on here? Where are we? Why are the trees different? What happened to MMPH?" Jiraiya's hand slapped across Naruto's mouth, cutting off his increasingly strident rant. Only when he felt his student stop struggling and begin to calm down did he remove his hand. He glanced down to make sure he had Naruto's complete attention before he started speaking. "Listen kid, you need to stay calm. Do not panic. You understand? Remember your training." Naruto took a deep, slow breath, held it for a few seconds, and then released it. After a few cycles of this, his mind began to clear of its fog of panic. With one final breath he forced himself to rein in his fear and start to think. The past few weeks with Jiraiya, and the months with Kakashi before that, had instilled a few basic tactical instincts into him. "Right. Okay. Don't panic. Got it," he said, his voice back down in a more normal register. "There are just two moons in the sky. But that's impossible. How can there be two moons? Jiraiya-sensei, where are we?" The older man motioned for him to be quiet. "Pipe down for a second and let me think. Nothing's attacked us yet, so here is as safe a place to stay as any. Inventory our gear. Make sure nothing was stolen or tampered with." Naruto just nodded and moved to obey the command. He had long since learned to recognize that tone in adults. When he heard it, even he knew to shut up and do as he was told without complaint. That lesson in mind, he began systematically unpacking, checking, and then repacking every piece of gear they had. When the sound of Jiraiya's low muttering reached his ears, Naruto looked up at his teacher. The older man was holding one hand up to the sky, fingers splayed in an odd pattern. After a few seconds he would start scribbling in a notebook, before looking back up at the starry expanse. Naruto recognized the activity. Jiraiya was trying to use the stars in order to find their rough location. Trusting his godfather to figure it out, Naruto turned back to his task. 15 minutes later, Naruto had finished inventorying the gear, and Jiraiya was wrapping up his observations. With one final disgruntled sigh, the sage sat down, his face marred by a heavy frown. "Have you figured out where we are, Jiraiya-sensei?" Naruto asked. "That's the thing, kid," Jiraiya responded. "So far as I can tell, we haven't moved." "What?" "You heard me," he said. "The stars are more or less all in the same place, with a little variation. The mountains to our east are unchanged. None of our gear has moved. All signs point to us being in the exact same place as we were yesterday." "But, then how are there two moons?" Naruto asked loudly. "And why are all the plants different? Unless wait. Maybe I'm in a genjutsu. Yeah." With the sort of confidence available only to the young, Naruto formed a quick hand sign. Screwing up his face with effort, he pulsed his chakra as forcefully as he could. Opening one eye to check on his surroundings, he noticed no difference, so he tried a second time. And then a third. As he was gearing up for a fourth attempt, he was interrupted by Jiraiya rapping him on the head with his knuckles. "Ow! What was that for, you old sadist?" Naruto cried out, rubbing his bruised cranium. "For being stupid, brat," Jiraiya said. "Genjutsu was the first thing I checked for. Besides, you were gonna give me a headache, pulsing your chakra like that. I thought maybe you were a part of the genjutsu," Naruto muttered, looking hurt. Jiraiya blinked at that. That was a level of critical thinking he hadn't expected from his young student. He smirked a bit at the progress the boy was making. It always felt good when his students demonstrated what they had learned from him. Sadly, in this case, it also made him feel like a dick. He had clearly offended his student with his harsh words. He reached out to pat Naruto's shoulder. He felt his godson tense, torn between shrugging off the hand or accepting it as a peace offering. "I'm sorry I called your idea stupid, Naruto," he said kindly. "It was smart of you to check whether or not I was real. We're both clearly on edge. Let's sit down and take a breath. Remember, getting angry won't solve anything." Naruto nodded and sat down on a nearby rock. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but seemed to think better of it. Pausing for a moment to collect his thoughts, he reached down and pulled up his mask. He had lowered it during his last sparring match with Jiraiya. He had learned the hard way early on that puking with the mask on was definitely not fun, and Jiraiya wasn't afraid of making Naruto taste his lunch twice. With the mask raised, he felt himself calm down fractionally. The feel of it against his face reminded him of Kakashi's lessons. Ironically, after all the times the lazy Jonin had futilely preached patience, it was now, when he wasn't here, that Naruto brought those lectures to mind. With his eternally hyperactive mind now somewhat less turbulent, Naruto was able to focus on the problem at hand. They were lost. Except they weren't lost, because Jiraiya said that they hadn't moved. But there were two moons in the sky, and weird plants everywhere. Naruto groaned and rubbed his temples with his palms. This was so confusing. It felt like one of those stupid logic puzzles that Iruka-sensei had always loved to assign him. He had always hated those things. He wasn't Sakura. Puzzles like this made his brain hurt. Still, Naruto was nothing if not stubborn. So, headache or not, He thought about what he could do to help. To his minor amazement, an idea popped into his head after less than a minute of thinking. Excited at this rare moment of his brain being useful, he quickly lent voice to his thoughts. Jiraiya-sensei, why don't you just summon a toad? Maybe they'll know what's going on. Jiraiya nodded slowly before responding. It's a good idea. I just don't like the idea of summoning the toads into a completely unknown situation. Still, I don't think we have another option. Naruto's eyes crinkled as he smiled beneath his mask. He had an idea, and it had been useful. While not completely unheard of, it was still rare enough that it felt like a major achievement. Before he could dive further into his self-congratulatory thoughts, he felt the seal on his stomach flare with power. He could feel the Kyuubi flexing its power. He clenched his teeth when he heard a deep bass voice sound in his head. What have you done, you stupid human? The fox growled. What are you talking about, stupid fox? I didn't do anything, Naruto thought silently. He didn't want to distract Jiraiya from talking with the toads. Get in here, ninja. I refuse to converse this way. Wadesh. Before Naruto could even finish thinking his response, he felt an odd tugging sensation. It felt as if someone were trying to pull his brain down into his stomach. His vision went black, and the ground seemed to vanish from under his feet. With a scream, he fell into pitch-black nothingness. Only to land, mere moments later, in a filthy pool of ankle-deep water. Looking around, he saw cracked sewer pipes and stained walls stretching off into the gloom. Dim, flickering light shone from somewhere above him, its source impossible to determine. A soft, steady whooshing sound filled the air, accompanied by a hot wind on his back. Swallowing his trepidation, Naruto turned around, knowing what he would find. Sure enough, towering before him, were the immense steel bars of the Kyuubi's cage. Behind them, red eyes glowing with barely controlled hatred and anger, sat the beast itself. As always, its size was the first thing Naruto noted. It was huge, with most of its vast body disappearing into the darkness beyond the seal. Its eyes alone were over 2 meters tall. Its whole head was the size of one of the stone faces on the Hokage monument. Its lips were pulled back into a snarl. It did not look happy. I will ask again, ninja, it growled out. What did you do? Hey, what's the big idea? Naruto shouted, ignoring the Baijuyo's question. Why did you bring me in here? How did you even do that? Bah, insolent wretch. You should be honored to be in my presence. Now, answer my question. What did you do? Not until you answer me first. How did you pull me in here? The Kyuubi roared in anger, and lunged at the bars. The entire room seemed to shake when it crashed against the door of its cell. The sound was deafening, blowing Naruto back onto his butt. He stayed there, watching nervously as the enormous fox beat against the bars of the seal. Eventually, after a seeming eternity of clanging and roars, the Kyuubi ceased its assault on the bars. It glared down at Naruto, its tails twitching with fury. Curse you and your insolence, ninja. But for this seal you would even now be digesting in my stomach. Yeah, but we both know you can't do shit about it, Naruto said, smirking at the snarl of rage he elicited from his unwilling tenant. So, are you gonna answer me, or should I just start looking for a way out of here? The fox looked down at its jailer for a long second. Just when Naruto was about to turn and walk away, it exhaled with a sharp huff. The titanic Baijuyo settled on its haunches and lowered its head onto its front paws. Very well, ninja, it snarled. I shall play your game for now. It was simple for a being of my magnificence to draw you here. When your feeble mind is distracted, I can call you into the seal. Naruto blinked at that revelation. He did not like the implications of that one bit. Cease your pathetic worrying. I have no interest in bringing you here more often than absolutely necessary. Now, you have your answer. Give me mine. Naruto glared up at the fox for a few seconds before answering. I didn't do anything. There was this weird humming noise, and then this really bright light knocked me out. When I woke up, all the plants were weird, and there were 2 moons in the sky. But Jiraiya looked at the stars and the mountains and said we haven't moved. The fox hummed at this, and closed its eyes. Naruto looked on impatiently, eager to get the conversation over with. He wanted to get back to Jiraiya and see what the toads had to say. Thankfully, before too long, the Kyuubi opened its eyes and sat up sharply. Well, this is unexpected, it said slowly. It seems the old toad lover was correct. You have not traveled in space. You have somehow been pulled forward in time. Some 50,000 years forward by my guess. How interesting. Naruto's brain shut down for a second upon hearing that. He just stood stock still, a vacant look in his eyes, while he digested that little tidbit of information. It took about 10 seconds, but finally what the fox had said actually sunk in. Once it did, it could be charitably said that he completely lost his shit. Time travel? Are you shitting me? Please tell me you're shitting me, he pleaded with the Kyuubi, only to receive nothing but a deadpan stare in return. That alone told him all he needed to know. A small part of his brain, the part that wasn't currently paralyzed with stupefied horror, noted that the idea of time travel did make sense, given the context. That time difference could account for the new plant life, while also explaining why the mountains remained unchanged. It might even explain what Jiraiya had mentioned about the stars being subtly out of place. Stars moved over time, right? He seemed to recall Sakura saying something about stars moving. Unfortunately, while this small part of Naruto's brain continued to work unabated, the rest of his brain was doing the mental equivalent of running in circles screaming. This led to his eyes nearly bugging out of his skull, while his mouth gaped open like a goldfish under his mask. It took nearly a whole minute, but he eventually regained the power of speech. 50,000 years. How could this have happened? What am I supposed to do now? It was a sign of his shock that Naruto was asking for advice from the Kyuubi. Ha 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 ha. What should I care, Ninjin? How this occurred and what you do now are your concern. Now, be gone. The very sight of you offends me. With those final words, the Kyuubi smashed a paw into the water. The subsequent wave was enormous, and pushed Naruto out of the room. As the wave washed him down the hall, his vision once again went black, and he felt a sensation of rising. Moments later, he vanished from the filthy sewer that made up his mindscape. Meanwhile, the Kyuubi laid its enormous head back down onto its paws and closed its eyes. Humming slightly, it smirked in faint amusement. Time travel, it thought to itself. Perhaps being sealed inside this pathetic meat sack will not be as boring as I had feared. With that thought in mind, the great fox settled down to watch what trouble its hated warden would manage to find. Perhaps this far-flung time period would offer it some new method of escape. If not, then it might at the very least provide some decent entertainment. Meanwhile, back in the physical world, Naruto opened his eyes with a jolt. Glancing around quickly, he was relieved to see that Jiraiya had not yet even summoned a toad. It seemed that, just as during that time in the canyon, time spent in his mindscape passed much more quickly than in the real world. That was good to know. Still he had to tell his godfather what he had learned. Jiraiya would know what to do. Jiraiya-sensei, hold up, he yelled. I just had a chat with the Kyuubi. You what? Jiraiya yelled back, his face worried. Damn it brat, do you know how dangerous that is? Yeah, Naruto said dismissively. Whatever. The important thing is that it told me what happened. It said that something pulled us 50,000 years into the future. That's what that light was. That's why all the plants are different, and why the stars have moved a little. That brought Jiraiya up short. He stared, open-mouthed, at Naruto for a good half-minute before blinking. The idea made a disturbing amount of sense, the more he thought about it. Still, it couldn't be. It was impossible. He shook his head slowly, a frown on his face. It was lying to you, he said, only half believing his own words. It must have been. I don't think so, Naruto said. I mean, why would it? It didn't even try to trick me into unlocking the seal. It just asked what had happened, and then it meditated or something, and then it told me that that. Jiraiya palmed his face and groaned. This was just too much. Time travel? Seriously? That was so far outside the realm of believable it wasn't even funny. And yet, his brain kept traitorously failing to find an alternative explanation that made any more sense. They hadn't moved geographically. He was very certain of that. They hadn't somehow crossed dimensions into an alternate universe. He knew what that felt like from his early summoning experience. A plethora of other options failed to present themselves. I don't know, kid, he said. I'm going to summon the Toad Elders. They should be able to tell us what's going on. They're very wise, so be respectful when you meet them, got it? Naruto nodded silently. The implications of just what the Kyuubi's statement might mean for them were beginning to dawn on him. He didn't trust his voice at the moment. Indeed, he was glad that the mask helped hide the look of fear he knew was written on his face. Satisfied that his student understood the importance of minding his manners in front of the elder toads, Jiraiya took a few steps back and clapped his hands together. He held that position for nearly a minute, gathering chakra for what he was about to do. Summoning both elders at once was no small task, even for him. He didn't want to accidentally exhaust himself in this unknown environment. Finally, just as Naruto began to actually vibrate with impatience, Jiraiya broke his palms apart. He then bit his thumb and flashed through 5 rapid hand seals, before slamming his hand into the dirt. Kukiyos no Jutsu, he shouted. A large cloud of smoke billowed out from where his hand had hit the ground. Excited to see the elder toads, Naruto leaned forward, waving the smoke away. As it cleared, he finally saw. Jiraiya-sensei, I think you messed it up. I thought you were summoning the Toad Elders. These are just 2 tiny old geezers, Naruto whispered loudly, his eyes confused. Apparently age had not affected the male toad's hearing, as he immediately shot the 2 humans a glare. Then, with remarkable speed, he leapt up and smacked Jiraiya on the head with his staff. Gah! Damn it, Naruto, these are the Toad Elders, Jiraiya moaned as he clutched his throbbing head. Why did you have to go and hit me, Pa? He's the one that said it. Yeah, but you're the one who didn't teach him to show respect towards his elders. Now quit your whining, you big baby, the male toad said sharply, before turning to Naruto. Now, who are you, you disrespectful little tadpole? Speak up. Naruto struggled to find his voice for a moment. He was torn between shock that this was one of the great Toad Elders, amusement at seeing his godfather get beamed in the dome, and fear of being the next target of the grumpy old toad's wrath. After a moment he managed to choke out a response. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, he said, before he rallied further. All-around awesome shinobi and future Hokage. The toad's eyes narrowed further, making Naruto gulp. Before he could say anything else, an elderly, but distinctly female voice spoke up. Quit scaring the poor kid, Pa, it's Minato's boy. Naruto turned to see the other toad had gotten behind him somehow. Unlike the other toad's green skin and white hair, she had pale yellow skin, with purple hair and lips. Her expression was kindly as she looked up at him. Don't you mind my husband, boy, she said, shooting said husband a reproving look. My name is Shima, and that's Fukazaku, but you can just call us Ma and Pa. It's nice to meet you, Naruto. It's, nice to meet you too, Ma, Pa, Naruto said, thrown somewhat by the sudden shift in tone. Shima smiled up at him, while Fuyukazaku scratched his head awkwardly, before flashing him a quick grin. Both of them then turned towards Jiraiya, who still looked somewhat miffed that Naruto had escaped a hit from Pa's staff. Now, Jiraiya-chan, why do you summon us here? Shima asked. For that matter, where is here anyways? Last I checked, 2 moons ain't normal. That's why I summoned you both, Ma, Jiraiya said. He then proceeded to explain the events of the last hour or so to the 2 sage toads. By the end, both of them looked deep in thought. Fuyukazaku was the first to speak. So, the Kyuubi said it was time travel, did it? He asked, turning to Naruto. Yeah. It said we had been dragged 50,000 years into the future somehow. Well, I hate to break it to you, but it looks like it told the truth, Fuyukazaku said grimly. What? Jiraiya yelled. But how is that even possible? It's time travel. How am I supposed to know how this happened, Jiraiya-chan? All I can tell you is that you definitely haven't moved locations, but the world feels older than it did last time you summoned me. For now, I'm inclined to take the Kyuubi at its word. But if we're in the future, Naruto said, how can you be here too? I mean, you both are old, but not that oops. Sorry. This time Naruto did earn himself a smack from Fuyukazaku's staff. Luckily for him, it was only a warning blow, though it still stung. Ignoring her husband's actions, Shima turned to answer Naruto. MT Mayaboku isn't on the same plane as this world. Our only connection to this dimension is our summoners. When the 2 of you were displaced, that connection shifted here with you. Huh? Naruto said, blinking in confusion. We're tied to you 2 chuckleheads by the summoning contract. When you got moved, the toads got dragged with you, she sighed. This one would need some work. Still, there was potential buried in there. Oh, Naruto exclaimed as understanding dawned. Why didn't you just say so the first time? Shima sighed again. It seemed it was buried deep. Ignoring her exasperation, Naruto turned to Fuyukazaku, his eyes shining. So, how do we get back to our time? He asked. You can't, came Fuyukazaku's flat reply. What do you mean we can't? Naruto shouted desperately. You 2 can just do some super secret toad jutsu and send us back, right? Fuyukazaku's expression softened at the pleading tone in Naruto's voice. I'm truly sorry, Naruto-chan, he said. There is no known method of traveling in time. I have no idea how you might have gotten here. If you truly have traveled forward in time, then that's it. You both are stuck here. And no, that can't be true, Naruto yelled. I need to get back. I need to get Sasuke back, and become Hokage, and marry Sakura-chan, and end. His voice trailed off as tears began to flow. With a loud sniffle, he looked at Jiraiya pleadingly. His eyes begged the older sage to have an answer, to give him something. Anything. Any sort of hope that this wasn't really happening. Jiraiya could only shake his head and pull his godson into a hug. He felt his vest begin to grow damp with tears again. He didn't mind. His own eyes were hardly dry. But I promised, Jiraiya-sensei, Naruto wailed. I promised Sakura-chan, and Tsunade Baa-chan, and everyone. What am I supposed to do now? I don't know, Jiraiya admitted. But we'll figure it out together. Okay. The 2 elder sage toads dismissed themselves, giving their summoners some privacy. As the sun rose, Jiraiya and Naruto began to mourn the loss of their world, and plan how they would move forward into this new dawn. The days passed by in a blur after that first heart-wrenching night. Naruto and Jiraiya immediately tracked back to where they knew Konoha should be. Neither said much on the journey. They both knew what they were likely to find when they arrived, but they refused to give up hope completely. Even so, the lack of roads, or indeed any other sign of human habitation, was not encouraging. After 4 days traveling at top speed, their worst fears were confirmed. There was no trace of the village to be found. Where there had once been a sprawling village of nearly 80,000 people, there was now an unbroken stretch of humid forest. Trees grew where the massive village walls had once stood. In place of the busy sounds of people living their lives, there was only the rustling of leaves and the chirping of birds. Worst of all was the Hokage monument. Just enough of the stone faces remained intact for them to tell that this was, without a doubt, where Konoha had once stood. There could be no denying it now. They were most definitely in the future. However, there was some good news to be had, even amongst such gutting loss. Instead of a mere 4 faces, as had been on the cliff when Naruto and Jiraiya last saw the village, there were now dozens. Nearly the entire eastern face of the mountain was covered in the remains of huge stone faces. The master-student pair even recognized 2 of the new additions. Pigtails and a diamond on her forehead, Jiraiya murmured. That's got to be Tsunade. Yeah, and look at the one after her, Naruto said, his voice just as soft. Crazy hair, and they only carved 1 eye. I guess someone finally managed to trick Kakashi-sensei into working for a living. Jiraiya laughed at that, while internally he sighed in relief. Naruto had been far too quiet these last few days. The fact he could still find it within him to make a joke helped soothe Jiraiya's worries over his godson's state of mind. Naruto being silent was against the natural order of things. It was like seeing Tsunade win a bet. It never meant anything good. Still, that brief moment of humor was all too quickly swallowed by the looming reality of their situation. Their village was gone. The last hope that somehow things might be normal again was now extinguished. So what do we do now? Naruto asked. I'm not sure, kid, Jiraiya replied. I mean, if it really has been 50,000 years, then who knows what's out there? There might not even be people anymore. There can't just be no people anywhere, could there? I think we have to face facts, Naruto. We didn't see any roads, any campfires, or any sign of people living here at all. This is good land. If there were still people living anywhere nearby, they would be living around here. Naruto grew silent at that. The mask hid most of his facial expressions, but Jiraiya could still see the fear and confusion in his eyes. The poor kid didn't know how to handle this. In truth, neither did Jiraiya. Still, he had to put on a brave face for his godson. And for himself. Look, we'll head east, okay Naruto, Jiraiya said. Maybe we'll find people living along the coast. If that doesn't work we'll keep looking. I promised you we would figure this out, didn't I? Well, I'm not giving up just yet. Something will turn up. Naruto nodded his head silently. Even he could tell it was a weak plan, based mostly on desperation and hope. It didn't matter, though. All they really had left was hope. With a plan, or what passed for a plan in their situation, in place the 2 of them walked out of the village. The great stone faces of the past Hokage swatched, as the last 2 Konoha shinobi in the universe walked away from their village for the final time. It was 2 days after they left the village that Jiraiya's prediction that something will turn up came true. It just wasn't in a way that either of the 2 shinobi could have imagined. As they were hiking through a large clearing, they heard a sound coming from above them. It sounded like a very small, but very powerful hurricane was passing over their heads. When they looked up, their jaws dropped in sync. What they saw was a large metal object, somehow flying through the sky. As it had neither wings nor propellers, neither Naruto nor Jiraiya could fathom how it was managing the feat, but it was. Its front half looked like an elongated hexagon, with a tubular projection sticking forward off the front. The rear looked like a large wedge, with 3 cylinder shapes stuck to it, from which a faint red glow emanated. Jiraiya suspected those were somehow responsible for the object's seemingly impossible flight, but he had no notion of how they might work. As they watched, the object slowed and swung about, facing perpendicular to their path. It then slowly began to descend towards the ground. A series of leg-like metal struts emerged from the bottom of the object, and mere seconds later it touched down onto the ground of the clearing. Jiraiya watched cautiously, unsure of what to do. His shinobi paranoia was telling him to hide and prepare for an attack, but his natural curiosity drew him towards the strange metal thing. In the end, curiosity won. It was helped by Naruto, who had immediately begun approaching this new arrival, seemingly uncaring of any potential dangers. Jiraiya swore and ran to catch up to his over-enthusiastic godson. He reached him quickly and grabbed his shoulder, sharply arresting his movement. He opened his mouth to remonstrate the boy for his foolishness, but was interrupted by a sudden hiss coming from the recently landed flying machine. A glance told him that some sort of pressurized hatch had opened in the side of the craft. A ramp extended to the ground, and 2 figures walked down it. The first was a man, his face ordinary but for a gold stripe running across his nose. His dark hair hung in shoulder-length dreadlocks. He wore a sleeveless brown tunic, with a darker brown robe over it. He strode down the ramp with confidence, no hesitation or uncertainty in his stride. The second figure was rather different. Naruto especially had trouble hiding his shock at what he saw. The third thing he noticed about her was her clothing. Unlike her companions, it was fairly revealing. It consisted of a pair of tight leather leggings and an equally tight leather shirt that left much of her midriff exposed. The second thing he noticed about her was her looks. She was gorgeous. She looked to be in her late teens or early 20s, and had an amazing figure. She was clearly athletic, and her toned limbs and stomach spoke of many hours training her body to perfection. The first thing that he noticed about her, however, was that she was not, by any stretch of the imagination, human. Her skin was a vibrant cerulean blue. She had cone-like projections on the side of her head, where her ears would have sat. Most striking of all were the 2 thick tentacles that took the place of her hair. They were draped behind her body, where they extended to her lower back. All in all, she cut a striking, if highly exotic, figure for the 12-year-old boy. He was never more glad that his mask covered the embarrassed blush that spread across his face. Judging by the blue lady's sudden amused smirk though, some of it was still visible. While Naruto dealt with his mortification, the dark-haired man stepped forward, raising a hand in greeting. "Hello there," he said. "I am Jedi Knight Quinlan Voss, and this is my Padawan, Aola Sakura. Would you mind telling me what you're doing on Tython?" Jiraiya stared at the man with the gold stripe on his face blankly. The newcomer had clearly said something, but the language wasn't any he had ever heard before. That aside, the fact that this unknown man and his unusual companion hadn't immediately attacked was a good thing. "I didn't understand what you just said," Jiraiya said slowly, making sure to keep his hands visible. "We don't want any trouble." The stranger lowered his hand and let out a sigh. "Well, this could be awkward," he said. Year 9 GRS 1 week earlier, deep within the Jedi Temple on Coruscant, Jedi Master Yoda sat in silent meditation. Earlier that day, a powerful pulse had run through the Force. If the Force were a pond, it would have been akin to dropping a large stone into it, with the waves spreading outward in every direction. Every Jedi in the galaxy had felt those waves, crashing out from somewhere deep in the galactic core. Yoda, along with several of the other senior masters in the Order, had felt more than just that though. He could sense the millions of subtle shifts that the ripples had created. In 1,000 ways, both big and small, the future had changed. The nature of those changes, however, was not immediately apparent. Thus he and the others in the temple who had sensed the shifts, retired to their quarters to meditate on this new development. Yoda breathed deeply, immersing himself in the Force. Long centuries of experience had him swiftly navigating its eddies, looking for a hint as to the cause of the recent ripple in the Force, and a glimpse at its possible effects on the future. His task was not made easier by the ever-present stain of the dark side. It had begun years ago, barely being noticeable at first. Over the past decade its power had been growing though. It acted like a cold fog, clouding the Jedi's view of the future. By now, only experienced masters could reliably see more than a few months ahead, and even that was becoming harder. What they got were mostly murky, disjointed images and brief feelings, but none of it was good. This recent wave in the Force, however, seemed to have thrown off that fog somewhat. Yoda could see more clearly now than he had in nearly a decade. As he searched the currents of the Force for answers to his questions, he was struck by perhaps the most powerful vision he had felt in nearly 300 years. A slew of images seemed to swirl around him. They poured through his mind, faster than he could process. Echoes of shouting and laughter, voices raised in anger and in joy all bombarded the ancient Jedi. A lesser being would have been overwhelmed by the intensity of it all, but Yoda was no stranger to visions such as these. He relaxed his mind, and allowed the sights and sounds to wash over him. He calmly examined those fragments that rose to the top of the storm. The rest he dutifully memorized as best he could, to review later. What he did see was confusing. He saw armies of men wearing white armor, firing blasters at a shadowy enemy. He saw young Skywalker surrounded by flames, his face a mask of anguished pain. He saw Master Luminara Unduli sitting at a table, laughing and smiling. He saw an orange-skinned Togruta girl whom he recognized as one of the more promising initiates currently at the temple. He saw others as well. A blonde human boy standing next to a tall, white-haired man. Yoda did not recognize them, but their image lingered in his mind for several seconds, before it too was whisked back into the whirlpool of the vision. Above all else, he saw two things. The first was a vast shadow, looming over the entire galaxy. It seemed to cover over the stars like a blanket, snuffing them out, one by one. As it reached the center of the galaxy, the vision shifted to the second prominent thing. Tython. The name and image of the planet burned in Yoda's mind like a bonfire. The Force seemed to practically hit him over the head with the idea of the old Jedi home world. Clearly, whatever had caused this violent shift in the Force, it could be found on Tython. With that, the vision faded away. Panting slightly from the force of it, Yoda opened his eyes. He took a few moments to gather himself, and then reached for his communicator. Pressing a button, he contacted the next highest-ranking Jedi after himself, Master Mace Windu. No more than 10 seconds later, the device beeped, before the Corran Jedi's strong voice sounded from it. Master Yoda. Is there something I can help you with? Yoda smiled a bit at that. The man hadn't changed since he was a Padawan. Always so formal and direct, even now. Dismissing the thought, he refocused on the communicator. A vision I have had, he said. Inform the council of it I must. Much, there is, for us to do. Very well. I will assemble the council immediately. Thank you, my friend. See you shortly I will. With that, Yoda shut off the communicator and reached for his Jimmer stick. He absently chewed on one end of it as he waited for the council to gather. It would take nearly an hour, as many of them were deep in meditation themselves. He could feel their presences in the Force. Several had the slow, steady thrum that indicated meditation. The ancient Jedi Grand Master allowed the soothing juices of the Jimmer stick to quiet his mind for several minutes. Finally, when he sensed the last of the council members rouse themselves from their trances, he leaned on the cane and walked out of his quarters and towards the council chambers. 10 minutes later, Yoda surveyed the council. All but one of them were present. Master Yaddle had left to accompany Kenobi and Skywalker on a mission to Mawan. He would miss her wise counsel, but her mission was important. Looking away from her empty chair, he addressed the rest of the council. While meditating on the shift in the Force, a vision I had, he said, jumping straight to the point. Much to think on it gave me, but made clear, two things were. The first, a calamity in the near future there is. A tremor went through the Force as the council processed this. Several seemed confused, or even doubtful. A few, namely Mace Windu, Plo Koon, and Ki-Adi Munda, seemed to have almost been expecting such a statement. It seemed he was not the only one to have seen such a vision. As if prompted by his thoughts, Plo Koon spoke up. I too saw such a future earlier today. A great wave of darkness was overtaking the galaxy. It was unspecific, but I feel as though it will be upon us before long. I suspect it has something to do with the rising tensions within the Senate. Many of the other council members clearly had questions, but Mace Windu forestalled them with a raised hand. Turning to Yoda, he spoke. Master Yoda, you said two things were made clear by your vision. What was the second thing you spoke of? The origins of this wave we all felt, Yoda answered. From Tython this shift in the Force came. Send a Jedi to investigate this we must. Tython is in the deep core, CZ Tyan said with a frown. The hyperspace routes to that system are dangerous and unstable. Whoever we send will need a skilled navigator. Perhaps a member of the Exploration Corps. Several masters nodded at this, including Yoda. Master Tyan may have been notoriously stubborn and hard-headed, but he was also a legendary pilot amongst the Jedi. He had earned his seat on the High Council, and it was wise to listen when he chose to speak, particularly on matters of space travel. Yariel Poof was the next to speak up. At over 200 years old, the Kaermian Master was the third oldest member of the Council, after Yoda and Yaddle. The Venerable Jedi was well known for many things, a keen knowledge of the Order's history being one of them. There is also the issue of the planet itself, Yariel said. It is said to be dangerous and difficult to traverse the surface. There are many conflicting reports of what may or may not still dwell on the planet. Our knowledge is limited, and whatever caused this disturbance may be difficult to find. We should send a team, one well skilled in both tracking and combat. Quinlan Voss is the best tracker currently at the temple, Mace Windu stated, and both he and his Padawan are highly competent duelists. I nominate them for this mission. Knight Voss and Padawan Sakura have had troubles in the past, Master Tyan countered. After that incident that wiped their memories, are you sure they can handle something like this? I retrained Voss myself, Mace said, his voice calm but unyielding. Padawan Sakura was cleared by Master Tholm, with my approval. They are ready to handle this. Master Tyan nodded his assent to that. Any objections the other council members may have had faded away in the face of such complete surety. Yoda took that as his cue to move things along. Decided it is then. To Tython, Knight Voss and his Padawan shall go. Inform them of their mission now, I will. Meditate further on these visions we must. Tomorrow, discuss them more we shall. With that, the diminutive Jedi Grand Master slid off of his chair and hobbled out of the room. The rest of the Masters followed soon after, each going to seek some measure of insight into the revelations of the day. 1 week later. Aayla Secura breathed a sigh of relief when the ship dropped out of hyperspace for the last time. She could feel that her good cheer was shared by both of her companions. The journey had been stressful for everyone on board the Consular-class cruiser the Exploration Corps had provided. Even with an Explorer Corps pilot, hyperspace travel this far into the deep core was a risky and tedious proposition. Fortunately for them, their pilot, a male Syrian who went only by Vec, was an expert at this sort of off-the-grid hyperspace navigation. As a pathfinder of the Explorer Corps, He used the Force to guide their jumps, managing to do in a week what would have taken the best Navi computers 3 months to manage. Even so, the constant start and stop travel, along with the ever-present danger of a misguided jump sending them into a star or a black hole, served to wear on the nerves of all 3 beings on the ship. With her empathic abilities, Ayla could feel the anxiety and frustration of their pilot as he plotted their treacherous course, as well as her master's concern for their potential demise. It all served to give her a triple dose of stress that she was constantly having to release into the Force. Thus, she was quite glad to see their target planet looming in the viewport. Her master must have sensed her feelings through the Padawan bond, as he sent her a quick smile before turning serious again. "Focus," he sent her through the bond. "This will likely be dangerous. We cannot afford to be distracted." Ayla accepted the advice without complaint. There was no heat behind his words, only experience and concern for her well-being. Breathing deeply, she centered herself in the moment, putting any irrelevant concerns to the side. Quinlan nodded his approval before turning to their pilot. "Vec, get us in range for a bioscan and hold there please." "You got it," the now cheerful pilot replied. While Vec maneuvered the ship into position, Quinlan gestured for his Padawan to join him at the viewport. She hurried to his side, sensing his intentions. "You wish to search the planet together," she said. It wasn't a question. She was familiar with her master's methods. "Hopefully whatever caused that pulse should be easy to find. It would be a pain to have to do this the hard way," he said with another quick smile. Reaching out through their bond, he placed one hand on her shoulder and the other on the transparasteel of the viewport facing Tython. Their minds linked together as they stretched their senses down towards the planet. With their powers working as one like this, they could sense the whole planet. Ayla gasped and nearly let her hold on the gestalt slip when she felt the planet through the Force. It was like looking at an exploding star, it shined so bright and chaotic. The light and dark sides of the Force surged across the world like vast storms, forming a kaleidoscope of ever-shifting powers. Her master squeezed her shoulder, and sent feelings of calm and peace through the bond. "Steady Ayla," he sent. "Take it slow. Remember what I taught you. Look for the breaks in the pattern. That's where our quarry should be." Her balance restored, Ayla reached out once again, a little more cautious this time. Now that she knew what to expect, it wasn't quite so overwhelming. As she began studying the ever-shifting patterns of the Force on the planet's surface, she became aware that her master was allowing her to take the lead on their search. It bolstered her confidence to know that he trusted her with such a vital task. After nearly an hour of searching, her patience began to run thin. The Force on the planet shifted too quickly and too often for her to get a read on it. She began to contemplate swallowing her pride and asking her master to take the lead from her. Just as she was about to give up, though, she felt something. It was faint and fleeting, but it was definitely a break from the pattern around it. Focusing on what she had sensed, she followed it back to the source. It was tricky work. She had to go slow, and she nearly lost the thread more than once. But eventually. "There," she said through the bond. "I've got it." "Very good Ayla. That was not an easy task." "Oh please," she said. "You had already found it, hadn't you?" A look of mock-hurt crossed Quinlan's face, before he let out a deep laugh. "You caught me," he said. "But I only got it a few minutes before you did. You are getting far too good at that. I'm going to have to up my training to stay ahead of you." Ayla smiled at the compliment. Her self-confidence was still often shaky after losing her memories to a forced glitteral overdose and nearly falling to the dark side. Having her skills reaffirmed every once in a while by her master felt good. It may not have been very Jedi-like to enjoy praise so much, but for now, she could live with that. Politely ignoring his Padawan's embarrassed happiness, Quinlan pulled up a hollow map of the planet below them. With a few button presses he highlighted a few hundred square kilometers of land in the southeastern part of the largest continent. "Vec, begin a bioscan focused in this area," the Kiffer Jedi Knight requested. "Scan initiated," came Vec's response a few seconds later. "It'll probably take about 2 hours to get full coverage, so just hang out." A little less than 2 hours later, the ship's computer indicated the scan was completed. Quinlan pulled up the results onto a screen and stared at them intensely. "A few dozen large signatures," he said. "Can you see which ones are our quarry, Ayla?" Leaning forward, Ayla scrolled through the data from the scan. After several seconds she highlighted 2 particular signatures. "These 2, Master," she said. He motioned for her to explain. "They're the only 2 signatures that don't match the rest. The Force tells me that these 2 are what we are looking for." "I agree. Vec, lock onto these 2 signatures. Take us down and land as near to them as you can manage. I don't want us to have to track them across the surface." Vec nodded in acknowledgement, and started bringing their ship down towards the area where the 2 biosigns were located. It seemed to be mostly covered by a vast semi-tropical forest. The verdant landscape was dotted here and there with various clearings and meadows. It was into one of the larger of those clearings that Vec eventually piloted them, and began the landing sequence. As the ship landed a short distance from the 2 biosigns, the 2 Jedi moved to stand by the boarding ramp. As soon as the ship was on the ground, Quinlan lowered the ramp and began to walk down it, followed by his Padawan. As their eyes adjusted to the bright sunlight, they saw the apparent source of the 2 biosigns they had been tracking. It was 2 humans, Ayla noted without shock. Of course it was humans, she thought. They seemed to inhabit every spare corner of the galaxy. The adaptable species made up nearly a third of the sentient population of the Republic after all. Both of them were strong in the Force, Ayla noted. The boy in particular had a remarkably powerful presence, but it was difficult to say just how powerful either truly were. Their Force signatures were strange, as if the Force was all bound up within their bodies. It was unlike anything she had sensed before. They were both male. One was a very tall, well-built man, with a long mane of pure white hair. Despite his hair color, Ayla estimated him to be in his mid to late 40s. He seemed to be restraining his companion from running towards them. Said companion was a young boy, no more than 12 or 13, going by his height and build. He had bright golden blonde hair, and the most brilliant pair of blue eyes Ayla had ever seen. The rest of his features were obscured by a cloth mask that covered the bottom half of his face. His clothes consisted of a pair of navy blue pants and an identically colored shirt. A thick green vest covered his torso. Perhaps some sort of armor? He wore metal bracers on his forearms, and metal-backed gloves. He had a headband tied around his forehead, with a metal plate affixed to it. The plate was adorned with a stylized carving of a leaf. He was looking at her with a mixture of shock and, judging by the hint of a blush she could see poking out above his mask, some embarrassment. She smirked at that. The poor boy looked hilarious, trying to hide his embarrassment. Ayla knew she was beautiful. It wasn't pride or arrogance, it was just a fact, like her skin being blue. She also knew that her typical outfit was considered somewhat risqué by many. While the leers she often got from men were, at best, wearisome, she tried to approach situations like this with good humor. The boy wasn't being lecherous, he was simply young and embarrassed. It was a little funny. She frowned a little when she sensed what lay beneath the embarrassment though. Both of the strangers held strong feelings of loss and grief. Clearly they had suffered some terrible loss recently. The white-haired man seemed to be dealing with it as well as could be expected, grieving, but trying not to let it destroy him. She sensed feelings of duty towards his hound companion. The boy was a different matter. His pain was wrapped up in a shell of denial and buried beneath a veneer of calm. He was suppressing his grief rather than dealing with it, and Ayla did not like the feel of how much anger and pain he had locked away. It disturbed her that a child would suffer so much, but sadly it did not surprise her. Before she could say anything though, her master stepped forward, raising one of his hands to greet the strangers. "Hello there," he said. "I am Jedi Knight Quinlan Vos, and this is my Padawan, Ayla Secura. Would you mind telling me what you're doing on Tython?" The two humans looked at him blankly, no hint of understanding on their faces. Ayla had a feeling she knew where this was going, one that was confirmed when the older of the pair opened his mouth. "I didn't understand what you just said," the white-haired man said. His language wasn't one either of the Jedi recognized. "We don't want any trouble." Quinlan lowered his hand upon hearing the bizarre language the man spoke. He sighed with some exasperation. Things just couldn't be easy, could they? "Well, this could be awkward," he said. Jiraiya was at something of an impasse. On the one hand, these two were strangers. He had no idea of their intentions, and he couldn't speak their language. The typical shinobi response to such a situation would have been to capture them, tie them up, and grill them for information. Possibly literally. On the other hand, neither of the two had made any hostile moves. Judging by the shape and position of the metal cylinders he spotted on their hips, they carried weapons. Neither had made any move to draw those weapons, though. That didn't necessarily make Jiraiya trust them, but it was a definite point in their favor. He also couldn't ignore the fact that these two represented the only sign of civilization he had seen since Naruto and he were brought to this time. Their flying machine told him that these two came from a larger group. Such a device would require more than two people to build it. There was also the fact that the woman wasn't human. He didn't know what she was, but she definitely wasn't human. The part of him that often played the pervert idly took note of her stunning form and features, but the rest of him simply shoved the mystery of what she was to the back of his mind. He could deal with that later, preferably with the help of alcohol. Lots and lots of alcohol. Before he could come to a decision, the dark-haired man with the stripe across his face spoke again. "Let's try this again," he said. "Can you understand me now?" It was odd. Jiraiya could hear that the man's words were still in a different language. Now, however, their meaning also seemed to come across to him as well. He raised his guard a little higher, but nodded slowly. "Ah, good. Now as I was saying, I am Jedi Knight Quinlan Vos. This is my Padawan, Ayla Secura. Would you mind telling us what the two of you are doing on Tython?" "What's Tython?" Naruto asked loudly. "And how come I can understand what you're saying now?" "Tython is the name of this planet," the newly named Ayla Secura said. "And you can understand us because we are using the Force to translate our words in your mind." Jiraiya tensed at that. He didn't know what this Force was that they had mentioned, but he definitely didn't like the idea of two total strangers having access to his mind, let alone his godsons. Before he could take a step forward, a guttural roar echoed across the clearing. It was followed by a series of harsh snarls and growls, all coming from the tree line at the closest edge of the clearing. All four of them turned as one to try and see what had caused the unnerving racket. They didn't have to wait long to find out. From out of the trees burst dozens of what could only be labeled as monsters. They were roughly 2 meters tall and powerfully built, with broad shoulders and heavily muscled limbs. Their wrinkled skin was mottled gray and red, and looked to be tough and leathery. Their heads were flattened, with their eyes set out on the ends of a pair of short, horizontal stalks. They all had sharp claws and mouths full of jagged teeth. Many carried primitive spears and clubs, made mostly of wood and stone. The two Jedi could sense even more than that, though. These creatures were soaked in the dark side. It permeated their every cell. They radiated nothing but hatred, hunger, and a low, vicious cunning. Whatever these things were, talking was not going to be an option with them. Jiraiya was the first to react. He flashed through hand signs in a blur, before holding 2 fingers up by his mouth. Katon, in Dan. A 5-meter-wide ball of flame shot out of his mouth, speeding towards the center of the group of monsters. Before the creatures could react, the attack hit them, burning one to a crisp, and severely wounding several others. "Damn, their skin is tough," he swore. "That should have taken out at least 4 of them." The Jedi were staring at him in naked shock. They had never seen the Force used in such a manner. It had felt quite unlike anything they had encountered before. It was only the cries of their attackers that shook them out of their daze and spurred them to action. With the galaxy-renowned snap hiss, their lightsabers sprung to life. Quinlan moved first, a Force-enhanced leap bringing him within striking range of the foul beasts. His lightsaber blurred into motion, turning into an emerald arc of pain and death for his foes. The first monster before him lost its head before it even knew it was in danger. A second fell to a quick thrust through the heart, and a third to a short slash across its neck. By then the Jedi Knight had to dodge out of the way of a spear thrust. It seemed the rest of his opponents had recovered their wits. Ayla and Naruto were the last to move to face this new threat. Ayla dashed to the side, before looping around to charge at the attacking group's flank. Taking advantage of the distraction her master was providing, she crashed into the pack of monsters with a wild yell. Her blue blade made short work of a half-dozen of the ugly beasts, until the flailing clubs and spears forced her to draw back or risk being flanked herself. Naruto formed his signature hand sign and 20 clones poofed into being. Most of the clones pulled out a kunai and charged. Only one remained by its creator, circling its hands back and forth over Naruto's outstretched palm. "Are you ugly bastards the reason my people are gone? Huh? Come and get some," Naruto shouted. It felt good to finally have an outlet for everything he had been going through for the past few days. In the face of this sudden threat, his tenuous mask over his emotions broke. Within seconds, a blue ball of compressed, spiraling energy formed in Naruto's hand. His clone then grabbed him and threw him at the nearest enemy. Holding his father's signature juts out in front of him, Naruto slammed the sphere into the creature's head with a yell. "Raise non!" The grapefruit-sized sphere of destructive power quickly shredded through the beast's tough skin. It's less than a second it ground through the skull and pulped the brain inside. The creature instantly went limp, not even having time for a scream. Ignoring the mess of blood, bone, and brains that was now leaking onto the ground, Naruto jumped out of the way of another one of the savage predators as it tried to tackle him. While in midair, he threw a kunai and formed a quick set of hand signs. Kunai Kage Bushin no Jutsu. 1 kunai became 50, and the sudden hail of deadly metal forced most of the attacking group to cover their vulnerable eyes and necks. For the most part the knives had little obvious effect. The creature's skin was too tough for them to penetrate more than a couple of centimeters. Shaking off their fear, the beasts moved to attack once more. It was then that Naruto initiated the second part of his hasty plan. Each cloned kunai had an explosive tag wrapped around the handle. Before the creatures could resume their attack, Naruto formed one final hand sign. The following explosion was quite impressive. Sadly, Naruto had not had time to think his plan all the way through. Though the explosion killed 4 or 5 of the beasts nearest to him, it also destroyed the remainder of his clones. Their kunai may not have been especially effective at killing their enemies, but they had served as a very effective deterrent. Until now. With the irritating chakra constructs all gone, the snarling monsters now had only one target. Jiraiya was distracted, dealing with a dozen of the things at once. Quinlan was busy throwing a couple of the creatures around with the force. Neither noticed that Naruto was about to be overwhelmed. To be fair, Naruto didn't notice this either. The pain and grief of the last week was beginning to overwhelm him, now that he was channeling it towards these monsters. His eyes flickered red, and his mind clouded with rage as he began to draw on the dark power of the Kyuubi. Yes, use my power, whelp. You are nothing without it, after all. Feel that pain and hate. Let me destroy what hurts you. Give me control. The Kyuubi's voice echoed in Naruto's mind, further clouding his thoughts. It was so tempting to just wallow in his grief and rage, to let the fox's power fuel him into a rampage. Between the potent rush of the fox's power, the whispers in his mind, and the emotional pain of the last week, Naruto snapped. His vision went red and uncontrollable rage filled him. Naruto charged forward recklessly, screaming a raw battle cry. He tackled the nearest of the beasts, smashing its head against the ground with his enhanced strength. Dazed, it offered no resistance as Naruto crushed its skull. He moved on to the next one, tearing out its throat with a swipe of his newly elongated claws. It felt so good to let loose, to make these ugly things suffer like he was suffering. It wasn't fair that he be the only one in pain, Naruto thought, as his conscious mind retreated further beneath a tide of bestial rage. It wasn't fair that he got torn from his home right as things were improving. And he would make something, anything, pay for that injustice. The boy let out a feral roar, throwing his head back in triumph. A blaze of red power seemed to emanate from his body, surrounding him like a cloak. Just as it began to take shape though, one of the creatures snuck up behind Naruto. Taking advantage of his distraction, it bashed him over the head with a heavy wooden club. Naruto dropped like a puppet with its strings cut, the red cloak around him dissipating. The last thing he heard before darkness claimed him was the Kyuubi howling in frustration. The rest of the beasts tensed, ready to jump and claim their meal. Just as the first of them was about to lunge at the boy, a blue-skinned blur landed between them. Ayla had seen the blonde's plight. Though she had once again been baffled at the odd force abilities these strangers displayed, she wasn't about to let that stop her from helping a child in danger. Especially not one that seemed to be in such distress. She recognized the signs of emotional trauma in the boy's reckless use of the dark side. They had been present in her not all that long ago, after all. She vaulted over her current opponent, before pushing off its back like a springboard. Her force-enhanced jump carried her directly over the group about to charge down the masked boy. Her blade hummed as she swung it in a wide arc, bisecting the leader and forcing the rest to halt their wild charge. Using the force to grant her speed above what any ordinary sentient could achieve, she moved forward in a blur of noise and blue light. The first two creatures didn't even have time to mount a defense. She cut them down with swift, sure motions of her lightsaber. The next two raised their primitive weapons in an attempt to ward off her strikes, but in vain. The superheated plasma blade seared through the wooden spears as if they weren't there, before carrying on into their bodies. The last few were a bit cleverer than their fallen brethren. One threw its spear at her head, forcing her to dodge. While she was distracted by this, another one managed to close the distance and slash at her with its claws. The razor-sharp implements carved deep, bloody furrows in her arm, forcing her to drop her lightsaber. It deactivated with a hiss and bounced out of her reach. Before she could use the force to retrieve it, the final creature smashed her twice in the head with its club. Stars exploded in her vision, and she nearly passed out from the pain. As she rolled over, she dimly saw the three beasts approaching her. She tried to stand up, to do something, anything, but her limbs refused to respond. It seemed that this was it. She probably should have been afraid, but honestly, her head hurt too much to feel anything else. Right as Ayla accepted her imminent demise, she saw a yellow-haired blur smash into one of her would-be killers. It seemed the boy had awakened. He held another of those strange blue spheres, and he had thrust it into his victim's lower back. The technique, whatever it was, seemed to have some kick to it, as it propelled the squealing creature into its fellows. Her savior didn't waste any time. He immediately drew a knife and charged the closer of his two downed opponents. He put all of his weight behind his first thrust, using his body mass to pierce the tough skin of the beast's throat. It felt like stabbing through cured leather, but he managed it, putting an end to one of his remaining foes. The last creature, though, had managed to get to its feet. While the boy was finishing off the other one, this one grabbed the spear Ayla had dodged earlier. As the boy turned around, it charged at him with the primitive weapon. Ayla tried to shout a warning, but all that came out was a weak croak. As the beast neared her savior, she felt a twist in the force, as though he were trying to use another of his strange techniques. It was too late, however, as she watched in horror as the spear impaled the blonde through the chest. Then, much to her surprise and confusion, the seemingly mortally wounded boy burst into smoke, leaving a thoroughly stabbed log in his place. The would-be child killer reeled back in shock, snarling at having been tricked. Before it could do much more than that, though, a blue lightsaber blade stabbed into its back, emerging through the left side of its chest. The creature whined feebly before it slumped forward off the blade. As it fell to the ground, it revealed the blonde boy, alive and distinctly not sporting a stab wound to his chest. He was holding her lightsaber clumsily, clearly unfamiliar with the exotic weapon. As he stood there panting, he shut the blade off, before running towards her. He was speaking rapidly in his native language, but she was too out of it to use the force to translate. Her vision swam, and the sounds of his voice seemed to be coming from very far away. As the last of the adrenaline left her, Ayla passed out on the ground. Naruto was an emotional mess. The pretty blue lady Ayla, he remembered, had seemingly leapt to his defense when he had gotten lost in the Kyuubi's power and been knocked out. He cursed himself for losing control like that. He had just been so angry. And now someone else had gotten hurt protecting him. Again. He could hear the fox laughing at him behind the seal. Shaking himself back to the present, he noticed that Ayla had lost consciousness. He may not have been a medic, but Kakashi had been sure to drill first aid and casualty care into his team, so he knew a little. Enough to know that passing out after a blow to the head was a bad thing. A very bad thing. Not everyone had a demon fox giving them super fast healing abilities. The battle was more or less over by this point. While he and Ayla had been saving each other's lives, Jiraiya and the other one had made short work of most of the rest of the ugly monstrosities. Even now they were mopping up the last few. With no immediate threat to worry about, he tried to force his grief and anger down and remember his first aid training. First, check for any major bleeding, Naruto's mind supplied helpfully. Looking over Ayla's prone form, he quickly spotted the 4 deep gashes on her right arm. They were bleeding quite heavily, in large, rapid pulses, so he figured he had best start there. It was simpler than treating a head injury, anyway. He knelt down next to his erstwhile ally-turned patient, and pulled out his medical kit. Taking out a tourniquet, he swiftly wrapped it around her upper arm. A few quick turns on the windlass had it appropriately tightened and secured. He found himself momentarily grateful that she was unconscious. He remembered from training that tourniquets hurt like a bitch. That done, he moved to the cuts themselves. They were deep, almost to the bone in some places. He cleaned them out as best he could, and then wrapped them in bandages. As he was doing that, he heard a voice cry out a few meters away. "Ayla!" Quinlan yelled. He was sprinting over to them, looking worried. He knelt down next to Naruto, immediately placing his hands on either side of Ayla's head. "What happened? How was she hurt?" "She got clawed up and then hit in the head," Naruto answered. "It was my fault. I messed up and she saved my life. Is she gonna be okay?" Quinlan took a moment before answering. His focus seemed to drift to something Naruto couldn't see. After a few seconds of that, he snapped back to the present. "Her skull is fractured, and she has lost a lot of blood. I need to get her to the medbay on my ship. And you, he said, suddenly staring right at Naruto, will be answering some questions. That was a very dark power you were just using. By now Jiraiya had made his way to them. He tapped Naruto on the shoulder to get his attention. Are you okay, Naruto? Any injuries? I'm fine, Jiraiya-sensei, he said, before pointing at Ayla. She saved my life. I almost lost myself to the fox and got knocked out. She saved me. Naruto. You know channeling that power is dangerous for you. Why did dash? I didn't mean to, okay. Naruto said, his voice shaking. I just lost control. I got so angry. It felt good to just let go and be mad, and I lost it. By the end of his speech, Naruto's shoulders were slumped with shame and defeat. Jiraiya sighed. It seemed he had grossly underestimated just how badly Naruto had been shaken by the past week. He cursed himself for a fool at that. He was having to use every ounce of his self-discipline to control his own grief. Of course Naruto would lose control. It'll be okay, he said, his voice soft. We'll talk about it later. While they were talking, Quinlan carefully levitated Ayla's limp form off the ground. He gently guided her back towards the ship, making sure not to let her head or neck move around. Without turning back, he yelled out to the two strangers behind him. You two should come with me. That battle made a lot of noise. More of those things, or worse, will be on their way here. And I have questions for both of you. Jiraiya hesitated, but only for a moment. This man had fought with them, and his companion had apparently risked her life to save Naruto's. Besides, they didn't have much of a choice. Jiraiya didn't fancy another fight with those creatures, let alone anything worse. After Naruto's little slip, the last thing they needed was him anywhere near a battle. Gently pushing his godson towards the ship, he began following. Naruto sent him a questioning glance, but he shook his head. Questions could wait until they were safely away from this place. As they walked up the ramp, Naruto was amazed at what he saw. Not even the technology of Yuki no Kuni could compare to this. Once again, it truly hit home for him that he was in the future. Even something as basic as a boarding ramp looked sleek and high-tech to his eyes. He felt a pang of loss and sorrow as he thought of the simple wooden buildings of Konoha. Everywhere he looked there was something he found he didn't recognize. Everything from the blinking status board by the door to the computer screens on one side of the narrow hallway was vying for his attention. His natural curiosity over the new sights fought with his melancholy as everything reminded him of how far from home he now was. As he followed Quinlan and Jiraiya down the corridor, the sight of Ayla's limp form being somehow levitated down the hall didn't help matters. Had the situation not been so urgent, Jiraiya would have stopped to offer Naruto some comfort. As it was, the sage was picking up on more nuanced details of their surroundings than his student. The blue carpet on the floor was somewhat worn in the middle, and sections had clearly been replaced at times. Additionally, there was the odd scuff or scratch on the various bulkheads. This ship was clearly used regularly, and had been for some time. It wasn't the toy of some rich businessman or noble either. This ship, and the people on it, worked for a living. That meant that the two strangers who wielded the glowing blades probably weren't bodyguards. Soldiers maybe? He also saw, on many of the parts of the ship, long strings of strange characters. Jiraiya could not read the symbols themselves, but their length and placement left him sure of their purpose. They were serial numbers. He had been a soldier long enough to recognize serial numbers when he saw them. That meant those components were mass-produced. It also meant this ship, or others like it, was mass-produced to some extent. Judging by the airtight seals around the access hatch and general non-aerodynamic design, this ship was likely meant to travel through space. Overall, the picture forming in Jiraiya's head was one of a space-faring civilization. The very idea boggled his mind almost as much as time travel had. The elemental nations had known little about space, other than that it was cold, airless, and completely inhospitable to life. If these people had somehow built something that could survive space travel, then he definitely didn't want to get on their bad side. As Jiraiya was making his deductions, they arrived at what could only be the medbay. It had the overly white walls, the clearly sterile medical instruments, and the faint toxic chemical smell that let you know the place was clean. Naruto shivered with an almost instinctive dislike. He was not a fan of hospitals, and apparently super high-tech future hospitals were not exempt from his disdain. What happened next probably didn't help matters. From a small alcove set into the bulkhead, something made of metal emerged and floated into the center of the room. It had no legs, a vaguely human-like torso, and 3 spindly arms. It had a sleek, somewhat boxy-looking head, with 2 glowing blue eyes. "What the hell/fuck is that?" Naruto and Jiraiya exclaimed simultaneously. Quinlan shot them an odd look. "It's a GH7 medical droid. It's here to help, so please stay out of its way," he said, his voice a touch tight. He was clearly still worried about his companion. Naruto and Jiraiya slowly relaxed, but kept their guard up. This strange floating metal creature was not something either of them felt comfortable turning their backs to. Neither knew what a droid was, but Quinlan didn't look like he would be answering any more questions for a bit. The newly identified GH7 said nothing, but immediately went to work. It scanned Ayla from head to toe, before taking a blood sample. It continued to run various tests for several minutes before it said something that neither Jiraiya nor Naruto could understand. So long as it didn't come near them, they were willing to let it be though. Quinlan obviously did understand the odd machine, as he nodded his head before turning to face the 2 shinobi. "It's about to start treating her. She'll be alright, but we should go somewhere else," he said, his voice turning serious. "We have a lot to discuss." A short while later, the 3 of them were seated in what looked like a small conference room. There was a central table surrounded by a half-dozen chairs, and a viewport on one wall. Aside from the automatic door and high-tech computer terminal, it could have passed for a typical office room anywhere in the old elemental nations. "I imagine the 2 of you have a lot of questions." "I do too," Quinlan said once they were all inside. "Before we ask them, let me get the ship out of here. We aren't safe on the surface." Without waiting for a response, he leaned forward and touched a button on the center table. A light blinked on, and a voice sounded out of a console in the middle of the table. It spoke the same odd language as the droid, but once again Quinlan clearly understood. "Yes Vec, she'll be fine. Let's get off the surface. Put us in a high orbit," Quinlan said. "You got it," the mysterious Vec answered, his words incomprehensible to the shinobi. "We'll be taking off now," said Quinlan when he looked back up at the 2 shinobi. "You can watch through the viewport if you like." He wanted to see their reactions to this. Between their not speaking basic, their primitive weapons and clothing, and their reactions to the ship and the medical droid, an image was building itself in his mind. Seeing how they treated space travel would help confirm if he was right or not. He hoped he wasn't. It would make things so much more complicated. As the ship took off and began its rapid ascent through the atmosphere, he watched as both of the 2 new passengers bolted over to the viewport. Their eyes went wide and their jaws dropped as the ground swiftly fell away. As the sky darkened from light blue to black, the younger of the 2 backed away from the viewport in obvious fright. He asked his companion something too quiet for Quinlan to hear. The response was just as quiet, but it seemed to stop him panicking. The older man, Quinlan noted, seemed less surprised than the boy. He was merely staring down at the planet below them with a look of awe. Even so, it was enough to convince him. These 2 had never traveled on a starship before. Judging by the boy's surprise, they hadn't even known it was possible. That meant he was going to have to answer a lot of questions before he could ask his own. Sure enough, after several minutes of staring at the vast expanse of space, Jiraiya turned back towards the Jedi Knight, pulling a shaken Naruto with him. "Alright, I have a lot of questions," Jiraiya admitted. "First one's, who are you and who do you work for?" "I am Jedi Knight Quinlan Voss, and the young lady in the medbay is my Padawan, Aayla Secura. We serve the Jedi Order and, by extension, the Galactic Republic. We were sent here to investigate a massive disturbance in the force that came from this planet. But I'm guessing none of that means anything to you." "You'd be right about that," Jiraiya said. "What's this Jedi Order and Galactic Republic?" Quick version: the Galactic Republic is the primary government for most of the galaxy. It includes thousands of member worlds and species, and has trillions of citizens. The Jedi are an order of Force users, dedicated to upholding peace and justice throughout the Republic. We act as peacekeepers, diplomats, and advisors. Quinlan hoped that would satisfy him for the moment. Explaining the Jedi and the Republic to these two in detail would take days. Jiraiya pressed him for several more answers, however. He wanted to know just how long the Republic had existed, how it had been formed, and a number of other basic details. Quinlan noted that both he and Naruto seemed utterly ignorant of anything regarding the galaxy at large, and he decided to ask some questions of his own. "Where are you two from? You've obviously never been in a starship before, so how did you get to this planet?" Jiraiya paused for a long moment at that question. He would never normally give out information to a complete stranger, let alone a servant of a foreign government. Doing so could jeopardize Konoha's safety. But Konoha was gone. His country was gone. His entire culture was now gone. There was no village left to protect. Just him and Naruto. This man had fought beside them, he thought. His Padawan had suffered serious injury while saving Naruto's life. Quinlan had offered them safe passage without any hesitation or request for payment. Even now he answered questions freely. Jiraiya decided that if he and Naruto were going to get anywhere in this new time, they would have to start by trusting someone. Quinlan seemed like a good first bet. "We come from there," he said, pointing at the planet out the viewport. "We've lived on that world our whole lives." Quinlan shook his head. "That's impossible. Tython has been abandoned for nearly 3,500 years. No one is from there." "We're from there," Naruto said rudely. "We just aren't from now." Quinlan's eyes narrowed at that. The boy couldn't be implying what he thought he was. Could he? "Are you trying to say that you're from the past?" he asked slowly. "That you somehow time traveled?" Naruto nodded. "Yep," he said. "We're from 50,000 years ago, I think." Quinlan reached out with the Force, searching for any sign of deception in the boy. He found none. The kid honestly believed that what he was saying was true. He glanced at Jiraiya for confirmation. He got a nod in return, again without any hint of a lie. "You're going to need to tell me more than that," he said firmly. So they did. Jiraiya relayed the story, starting with their last spar in the clearing. At the end of the story, Quinlan leaned back in his chair and stayed silent for a minute. He seemed to be digesting everything he had just been told. After a long pause that bordered on the uncomfortable, he finally spoke. "I'm not sure what to believe," he said. "I suppose it's possible a powerful force technique somehow brought you here and caused the disturbance, but I've never heard of such a thing." "And what is this force?" Jiraiya asked. "You mentioned it before, said it let you translate your language into our thoughts." "The force is a field of energy that all living things possess. Jedi can sense the force, and use it to perform feats beyond what an ordinary being could achieve." "It sounds a lot like chakra," Naruto said suddenly. "Chakra?" Quinlan asked. "Is that what you call those techniques you used?" The fireball and such. Those are jutsu, Naruto replied. Chakra is what we use to do them though. Why do you ask? Jiraiya cut in, his voice suspicious. He shot a look at his godson that told him to stay quiet. Because those jutsu of yours use the force, Quinlan said, unfazed by the suspicion. What you call chakra is a way of using the force, one I've never seen or heard of before. I'm guessing it also has something to do with that dark power Naruto tapped into during the battle. I'm going to need you to explain that. And if we choose not to? Jiraiya asked, his voice taking on a hard edge. Then I can't take you two away from here, Quinlan replied, suddenly serious. I'm not trying to start a fight, but I can't just let something that dark and powerful go unquestioned. Jiraiya seemed to be ready to fight over the issue. His body was tensed, and his hands had slowly moved into a defensive position. The tension in the air was cut, though, by Naruto's voice. It was the Kyuubi, he said softly. That was the power I used. Naruto. Jiraiya protested. That's secret information. You can't just dash. It's my secret, Jiraiya-sensei, Naruto said, his voice unyielding. The village is gone, and the only one who gets a say in who knows this is me. Jiraiya's jaw worked up and down silently. He seemed to be debating something internally for several seconds. Finally he came to a decision. Fine, he said. If this is what you want, I'll support you. Naruto nodded, and then proceeded to tell the story of the beast in his stomach. Jiraiya chimed in from time to time with relevant details, and Quinlan asked frequent questions. In the end, it took Jiraiya demonstrating a sealing scroll before he believed their story. Eventually, though, he was satisfied. I can't say I like that this was done to you, he said to Naruto. But I'm willing to accept it for now. Just know that power derived from anger is a trap, and power not your own even more so. I do not want to see you using that power while on my ship, clear? Yes sir, Naruto said, nodding. I'm really sorry I used it back there. I hate using its power. Quinlan knelt down to Naruto's eye level and gave him a kind look. It was an accident back there, he told Naruto. Even a trained Jedi Knight would have a hard time controlling their emotions in that situation. I'm sure you won't be making that mistake again. Naruto nodded, thankful for the second chance. Quinlan looked back up at Jiraiya. I'm sure you understand that what you've told me about your origins is difficult to believe. That being said, there may be a test to confirm your story. If you're willing, that is. I promise that it won't be at all dangerous or painful. What sort of test? Jiraiya asked cautiously. He wasn't about to consent to anything without knowing exactly what it entailed first. It's best if I just show you. Follow me, Quinlan said, standing up. Together, he led them towards the rear of the ship, near the engineering section. He showed them into a small, well-lit room. In the corner stood another droid. This one had legs, and a generic humanoid appearance. It was painted dark gray, with yellow highlights. Its head was a flat-faced oval, with a single visor-like strip of what looked like glass bulging out of it slightly where its eyes should have been. Is that another one of those droid things? Naruto asked, clearly somewhat wary of the thing. What are those things anyway? Yes it is. Androids are. Well, do you know what computers are? Quinlan asked, searching for a reference the boy might understand. He was relieved when Naruto nodded. Well, droids are basically computers that can think, sort of, and move around. It's complicated. They do a bunch of different jobs. Anyways, this is RHE-4, but you can call him Archie. He's an RH series research droid, one of the latest models. He should be able to tell if you actually traveled through time or not. I still don't get why you won't believe us, Naruto growled. We're not lying. I don't think you are, Quinlan said calmly. I believe that you believe you're telling me the truth. I'm just not sure if that's what actually happened. Archie should be able to tell us. And just how is this thinking computer going to do that? Jiraiya asked, his skepticism plain to hear. No idea, the Jedi replied with a smile. Let's ask him. Hey Archie. Wake up. I got a question for you. At Quinlan's yell, the droid stood up straight. Its visor flickered on, shining with a pale yellow glow. It then turned towards the Jedi and somehow contrived to look disapproving. Knight Voss, as I have already told you, my designation is RHE4. Not Archie. Is your memory faulty? The droid spoke in a clipped monotone. Despite that, it still managed to convey rather staggering levels of long-suffering sarcasm with its words. Nope. Archie just sounds better, Quinlan said before he glanced over at the two shinobi. Don't bother trying to talk to him. I'm using the Force to translate his words for you, but the technique doesn't work on droids. They don't have organic minds. And I thank the Maker for that, Knight Voss. If you are any example, then an organic mind is clearly not a thing to envy, the unwillingly named Archie said. Now, I believe you mentioned you had a query for me. Are you quite sure this inquiry is worthy of my time and processing power? Quinlan gestured at the two newcomers to the ship. These two claim they've traveled forward in time from 50,000 years ago. Is there any way of telling if that's true or not? Fascinating, the droid said as it moved to examine the shinobi, who leaned back reflexively. They do not appear to be insane. Are you certain they are not mentally defective somehow? Or at least, no more than the rest of you organics? Naruto opened his mouth to yell at the droid, but Jiraiya clapped his hand over it to muzzle him. This was far too important to interrupt, even with all of the insults directed at them. I'm certain of it. The Force told me they truly believe what they claim, and I detected no signs of insanity, Quinlan answered, somewhat impatiently. Humph, the droid sniffed disdainfully. The Force. Such an unscientific concept. Still, I suppose I can indulge you. A simple tachyon scan should tell us the truth of the matter. Do you wish to proceed? Jiraiya looked at Quinlan, the question clear in his gaze. He had no idea what a tachyon scan involved. It's like I told you earlier, it's completely harmless, Quinlan assured him. Archie here, the droid bristled at that. Dash will basically just shine a light at you. You won't feel a thing. It is quite a bit more complicated than merely shining a light, Archie said, seemingly offended at the oversimplification. However, Knight Voss is correct that the skin is harmless, and totally non-invasive. Jiraiya looked down at Naruto, wanting his opinion before he made a decision. Naruto just gave a nod. He wanted to get this over with, so that Quinlan would believe him. With his godson's approval, Jiraiya motioned for the droid to proceed. Despite its protests the contrary, the skin really did seem to consist of nothing more than Archie shining a light over each of them. The whole process took no more than 5 minutes. At the end of it the droid stepped back, its eyes flickering rapidly, before it turned back to Quinlan. Congratulations, Knight Voss, you have successfully found a problem worthy of my attention. Though I cannot even begin to guess how, these two are most definitely from the past. Approximately 50,000 years in the past, judging by my scans. I can also confirm that they were not merely placed in stasis somehow. They truly did travel forward through time. With his task done, Archie walked back over to his corner and shut himself down. Quinlan dropped into the nearest chair, shock written all across his face. He had not even remotely expected that those two had actually been correct. How was this even possible? So, do you believe us now? Naruto asked. Quinlan just nodded weakly. What was he supposed to say? I am sorry. For the loss of your home, he offered lamely. Still, the thought was appreciated. Yeah, Jiraiya said. I know this is probably the last thing you want to hear right now, but I really should take you to meet with the Jedi Council. They'll want to hear about this, and they may be able to offer help. You mean they could send us back? Naruto said hopefully, his head perking up. Probably not that, Quinlan admitted. Naruto wilted at that. If the council knew the secrets of time travel, I'm pretty sure I would have heard about it. But they might be able to offer some insight into what happened to your people, and maybe some help in starting over. They would do that for us? Jiraiya asked. What would they want in return? Nothing, Quinlan answered. They will probably ask you some questions, but you could choose not to answer them. The Jedi Order does its best to help people. It doesn't always work, but we try. And they won't care about the Kyuubi? Naruto asked, suspicion coloring his voice. Oh, they'll care, Quinlan said frankly. Some of them won't like it at all, but I think Yudel, Plo-kun, and a few others will be understanding. They should be able to convince the more stubborn ones to give you a chance. If what you told me about the seal is true, then you aren't really at any greater risk of falling than any other force-sensitive kid your age. And you're sure they'll be that understanding? Jiraiya asked. He wasn't about to risk Naruto's safety without more information. Quinlan sighed and rubbed his face. Listen, about a year back, Ayla and I had some trouble, he said. I'll spare you the details, but we both pretty much fell to the dark side. We basically lost control like Naruto did, but without the animal rage. The council gave both of us second chances, and I'm willing to fight for them to do the same for you. Why? Naruto asked, confused. He was still unused to people, let alone complete strangers, being willing to help him. Because I believe that Jedi should help everyone we can, Quinlan said, conviction flooding his voice. I have a chance to help you too, and I'm taking it. Jiraiya nodded slowly at this. Internally he was cautiously excited. He had spent most of his life trying to find a way to bring peace to the world, to stop the endless cycle of hatred and violence. He hadn't succeeded. He hadn't even known where to begin. But he had always figured that helping people in times of need was as good a place as any. From Quinlan's description of them, he definitely wanted to meet this Jedi Council. What do you think, Naruto? He asked. He wasn't about to make a decision this big for his godson without at least consulting him. Naruto frowned at the question, his mouth working beneath his mask. Eventually, after nearly a minute of thinking, he spoke up. I think we should go. There isn't anything here for us, and I don't want to tangle with more of those shark people things. Not after what just happened. If Quinlan says they might accept me and help us, then I'm willing to take that chance. Well, it's settled then, Jiraiya said. We'll go with you to talk to this Jedi Council. Now, could we get a moment alone? I have to speak to my godson. Very well, Quinlan said as he stood up. I will be in the medbay with Ayla. As soon as he had gone, Naruto seemed to lose the last of his emotional fortitude. With a yell of anger, he punched the nearest bulkhead. Hey there. Easy, Jiraiya said. No need to hurt yourself. Just talk to me. We're really never going home, are we? He asked. I just can't believe we're never going to see them ever again. Jiraiya sighed and pulled Naruto in for a hug. He held his own tears back as best he could, but he knew a few were still trickling down his cheeks. I don't think we will, he said quietly. But like I said back in Konoha, we'll figure this out together. These Jedi seem willing to help. Just take it one day at a time, and don't bottle this up anymore. That's what led to you nearly losing it out there. I was just so angry, Naruto said. I didn't even notice until it was too late. I almost got that lady killed. But you didn't, Jiraiya said firmly. You saved her life. Don't wallow in your mistakes, Naruto. Admit them and make reparations. When Ayla wakes up, you can apologize to her. I'm sure she'll forgive you. Naruto hesitated for a bit, then nodded. Returning to Jiraiya's hug, he took refuge in the comforting embrace. It was the one small light he had, that even in this strange new world, Jiraiya was here for him. Together, they stood and bade farewell to their world. Consciousness returned to Ayla slowly. The first thing she was aware of was that her head ached. It was a sort of dull throbbing pain, a pain that indicated that it had recently been altogether more severe, and was eager to return to past glories. Keeping her head still seemed a commendable notion all of a sudden. The next thing she became aware of was her master's presence in her mind. He was sending her feelings of calm and comfort, easing her discomfort. Clearly the battle was over then. He was near her, no more than a meter away. She decided to be ambitious and try opening her eyes. The light stung, and made her squint with pain, but she powered through it. Blurry shapes resolved themselves into a ceiling and a medical droid. She was in the medbay aboard their ship. That was good to know. Very slowly, she turned her head. Next to her bed sat her master, his expression relieved. What happened?" she asked, her mouth dry. "You got hurt pretty badly. You had a skull fracture, a bad concussion, bruising of your leku, and severe blood loss. We had to put you in a Bacta tank," he answered. Ayla closed her eyes. It was coming back to her now. Jumping to save the boy. Getting overconfident. The creatures clawing her and clubbing her on the head. The boy trying to save her, and nearly succeeding until dash. "The boy," she rasped, her eyes snapping open. Quinlan's ministrations through the bond were giving her more energy. "The boy? Oh, you mean Naruto. He's fine. He saved your life in fact. GH7 here says you would have bled to death if not for him." "He's fine?" Ayla asked, feeling very confused. She distinctly remembered him getting stabbed in the chest. That didn't usually lead to a description of being fine. Of course, she also remembered some other things after that, but they had been very confusing, and she had dismissed them as products of her head wound. Perhaps that hadn't been correct. "Apparently he used one of his people's techniques to avoid the spear," Quinlan said, understanding her confusion. "But I wanted to talk to you about what you saw before that. I felt him use the dark side, and I've talked to him about it, but I want your perspective. What did you sense?" Closing her eyes, Ayla thought back to just before she had seen the boy get knocked out. "He was in pain," she said. "Angry, grieving, confused. He wasn't in control of the dark side when he used it. It almost felt separate from him, at least at the end. He must have had a severe trauma to upset him so badly. But the power radiated a different feeling. Anger and hatred that weren't the boy's. It felt like something else, acting through him." "You could say that," Quinlan said. "I found out some interesting things about our new friends while you were having a soak in the Bacta tank." He went on to tell her the rather fantastical-sounding tale of the two mysterious strangers. Ayla could hardly believe it. Time travel? With the Force too, apparently. Still, it certainly explained Naruto's emotional turmoil. And then there was the idea of him having some dark side entity, or Baijiryu, sealed within him. How horrible! Who could do that to a baby? She empathized with the boy. She too knew what it was like to have everything you knew taken away all of a sudden. At least when she had lost her memories, they had eventually returned, for the most part. But these two. Their world was effectively lost to them forever. "You know that the council will not look kindly on Naruto's use of this being's power," she said. "Some will say he is tainted by the dark side. The more conservative ones will claim he is dangerous, corrupted. What is your plan?" "You and I both know something of what those two are going through," Quinlan sighed. "We also know that it is hardly impossible to come back from a brush with the dark side. The council gave us a second chance. I hope to get them to do the same for these two. You think they will? She asked. I hope so. They gave us second chances. Why not these guys? He answered. Now, are you feeling up for a visitor? Naruto will probably want to see that you're alright. He was feeling pretty guilty about your injury. Ayla nodded her assent, and Quinlan left to retrieve the two newcomers. A few minutes later he returned, Naruto and Jiraiya in tow. Naruto looked at her guiltily. She could feel the self-blame radiating off of him, mixed with an overwhelming sense of loss and confusion. At Jiraiya's prompting, he walked towards her bed. Hi there Miss Ayla, he said awkwardly. I just wanted to say, I'm really sorry you got hurt. It was my fault. I should have dash. Ayla raised her hand to silence him, stopping his rambling before it could truly begin. I don't blame you, she said kindly. You were hurting and angry, and you lost focus. It's okay. You regained control and saved my life. Being angry after a loss is natural. For one not trained as a Jedi, it is not unexpected for your power to manifest as it did, Quinlan said. Take some time to mourn. I believe you are stronger than you give yourself credit for. Jiraiya was gratified to hear the advice being given to his student. These two Jedi at least, seemed to have a worldview he could get along with. Remember what I taught you about the cycle of hatred, the sage added. It is our responsibility not to perpetuate that cycle in our own lives. Don't waste energy on blaming yourself when no one else does. Naruto sniffled a bit, then nodded. He felt a little lighter knowing that Ayla and Quinlan didn't blame him for this. Okay, he said, before a determined light returned to his eyes. I'm never going to lose control like that again. That's a promise. An admirable goal, Quinlan said. Now come. Ayla needs to rest, and we have a lot to do before we reach Coruscant. Quinlan had not been lying when he said they had a lot to do. Fortunately, they would have plenty of time to do it in. According to Vec, without the pressure of a potentially time-sensitive mission, he was going to take a longer but safer route out of the deep core. Their return journey would take 4 weeks instead of 1. Quinlan didn't mind, as it gave them time to get some things done. The first, and most important, thing on his list was getting both of the time travelers started on learning Galactic Basic. Force translation was great and all, but it would be impractical for them to need a Jedi translating everything for them for forever. Besides, the constant focus needed for the technique was rapidly giving him a headache. There was a reason the temple offered language classes after all. Fortunately for them, they were on an Explorer Corps ship. As such, alongside top-notch medical and scientific facilities, all of their deep exploration ships like this one were equipped with a protocol droid. In this case it was a DC model called TC-1H. Naruto swiftly dubbed it Teach, and the name stuck. The first step in teaching the two shinobi basic was, ironically, to teach the droid their language. This involved several hours of Teach listening to Naruto and Jiraiya speaking in their native tongue, which they called Nihongo. Quinlan would translate for the droid at first, until it began to learn the structure and grammar of the ancient language. It took nearly 8 hours, but by the end Teach was declared acceptably fluent in Nihongo. The next step was altogether more difficult. Lessons. Jiraiya took to them with a sort of resigned determination. He had long ago accepted that life was filled with boring tasks, and there was nothing to do but get them done as quickly as possible. They also offered him a distraction from his own grief at their situation. He made decent, steady progress. Naruto, however, was a different story at first. Though he no longer blamed himself for Ayla's injury, he was still having a difficult time coping with the loss of his home and all his friends. He hid his pain behind a mask of apathy, initially outright refusing to pay attention to the droid's lessons. Jiraiya did his best to offer comfort, but his own pain was still too raw for him to truly help. In the end, it was Ayla who managed to coax Naruto out of his shell. In the days following her injury, Naruto often visited her in the medbay. They soon struck up a friendship, with Ayla helping him come to terms with his loss. Over a few days, she managed to get him to open up to her about his grief, particularly over the loss of his friends. When she heard that, her advice was simple. "Don't let your grief control you," she said. "It hurts, yes, but would your friends want you to give up?" "No," Naruto admitted. "Then honor their memory by moving forward. Don't let your sorrow keep you from living your life," she said. Naruto nodded, and agreed to try the lessons out. Once he began to actually give Teach a chance, he soon proved to be a bright, if somewhat unconventional student. He did not learn well from lectures. Anyone assessing his academic potential that way would swiftly declare him a hopeless idiot. This was not true. Naruto was merely a highly kinesthetic learner. He needed to do something in order to learn it. This, combined with his natural hyperactivity, made him a poor fit for a traditional classroom. Instead, Teach encouraged Naruto to practice speaking basic as part of a conversation. He was to use as little Nihongo in his daily life as possible. Lesson time was spent integrating new words and grammar forms into his speech. Naruto found this approach to be infuriating at first. He spent days struggling to say even the most basic things, stumbling over his words like a toddler just learning to talk. After a few days, however, he began to see major progress. The new words came easier, and he gained the confidence to start trying more complex sentences. His progress was helped when Jiraiya showed him a lesser-known fact about his Kage Bushin. Apparently he gained their memories when they dispelled, allowing him to learn whatever they had learned. His reaction to finding he had missed that was heard clear throughout the ship. "Are you fucking kidding me?" he shouted, waving his arms angrily. "How could I have missed that? Why didn't anyone tell me this? I could have just made 1,000 clones and learned the Rasengan in a day." "Whoa, calm down Naruto," Jiraiya said, trying to quiet him with his hands. "This isn't some miracle cure, silver bullet crap. Too many clones and the transfer doesn't work. Your brain just rejects that much data coming in all at once. You also can't use them to learn a dozen different things at once. The information from the different subjects gets all jumbled up, and you don't learn anything. You're best off using a couple at a time for one thing at a time." Even with those stipulations, it was still a powerful tool for learning. Naruto's progress went from impressive to stupendous. With 3 clones running around almost constantly, talking to either Quinlan, Vec, Ayla, or one of the droids, he soon caught up to, and even surpassed, his godfather. Teach estimated that by the time they reached Coruscant, he would be able to hold a simple conversation in Basic, so long as no one talked too fast or spoke of anything too technical. They both still had a ways to go until they reached fluency, but it was time measured in months rather than years. Their journey was not without its dramatic moments, however. The biggest of these came when Naruto had his medical exam. It was on the 7th day of their journey, shortly after Ayla was released from the medbay. Both shinobi needed to be examined to ensure they weren't carrying any ancient diseases that they might introduce to the galaxy. Jiraiya had gone first, with no real issues arising. The medical droid had been impressed by his astonishing degree of physical fitness, and had merely administered a standard set of inoculations and vitamin supplements. Naruto's exam was not so smooth. Ayla was supervising, both to translate for him, and to ensure he did not try and disable the droid and escape. His dislike of medical exams had not diminished in the face of this futuristic medbay. She had turned away to give him some privacy as he took his shirt off, but an alarmed whir from the med droid had her turning back around. What she saw shocked her to the core. Naruto had a massive scar on the right side of his chest. It looked like a blaster scar, but worse. It was roughly 15 centimeters across, and clearly recent. The scar tissue still had a shiny pink hue to it. When the medical droid had him turn around, she saw a matching scar on his back. Whatever had done that had gone right through him. "Force Naruto, what the hell happened to you?" she asked urgently. She had grown fond of the boy in the past few days, and this didn't sit well with her. She didn't like the idea of him having been so badly injured, especially after the way he scared her back on Tython. "That's from Sasuke," he said reluctantly. "He was a friend." "A friend did that to you?" she asked skeptically. He was confused. He had abandoned the village to try and gain power. "I was on the mission to bring him back. We ended up dash." "Wait," she interrupted. "A mission? What do you mean you were on a mission?" "I mean I was on a mission," he said as if she were being dumb. "I was a shinobi of my village. I went on all sorts of missions. It was my duty. Bodyguarding, clearing bandits, intel gathering, you name it." She said absently as she reached out over the bond to contact her master. "Master, could you come down to the medbay? There's something I think you should hear. Bring Jiraiya too." She received a mental prod of acknowledgement from her master. A minute later both he and Jiraiya stepped through the door into the medbay. "What's this I need to see?" he asked, his voice trailing off as he caught sight of the scar on Naruto's chest. "He says he got it on mission. That he went on missions regularly as part of his duty to their village, as a shinobi. According to him it was perfectly ordinary," she said. Her voice was tight with controlled anger. A Jedi was supposed to release their anger into the Force, but she still sometimes struggled with that when something offended her badly. The knowledge that this boy, whom she had developed a friendship with, had apparently been used as a child soldier was highly offensive to her. Quinlan gave Naruto a long look, before turning to Jiraiya. He needed answers about this, and he was going to get them. "What, exactly, did you two do back in your village?" he asked. His voice left no room for evasion or obfuscation. Jiraiya sighed at this. He had been hoping to avoid this conversation for a while longer, but it seemed it was happening now. He sat down, gesturing for Quinlan to do the same. "You might as well take a seat. This'll take a while," he said heavily. "And you're probably not going to like it." Jiraiya had been right. Quinlan didn't like it. Not at all. And not just because of what Jiraiya told him about the realities of the shinobi, but because he didn't know how to feel about the two actual living examples he had on the ship with him. His own impressions of the two were very much at odds with what they had admitted about their culture. On the one hand, the description of the shinobi culture those two had grown up in horrified him. Using child soldiers, carrying out political assassinations, building entire villages centered around training kids to become silent killers and saboteurs. It was as if someone had taken the worst aspects of the Outer Rim and designed a culture around them. The fact that they had been Force users made it even worse. Their usage of the Force was focused almost entirely inward. They had not sensed or connected to the world around them, with rare exceptions. They mainly used their power to harm and destroy. It sounded far too close to the dark side for his comfort. He also wasn't thrilled that Jiraiya had glossed so heavily over the nastier aspects of his profession. Quinlan had gathered that Jiraiya had been a professional soldier. The man had left out the part about being part of a system that employed children as assassins from an early age. Quinlan understood the man's instinct for secrecy, but he did not appreciate it. On the other hand, Naruto and Jiraiya both struck him as being very different from the world that had created them. Jiraiya in particular had been passionate in his description of his quest to bring peace to their world by promoting understanding between people. By his expression, Naruto was an equally ardent believer in his godfather's philosophy. That philosophy resonated deeply with the Jedi Knight. It was in many ways a simplified version of the Jedi Order's own mission to uphold the peace as diplomats and mediators first, and warriors second. It formed a sharp contrast with what both of them had been called upon to do as shinobi. In addition to that, there was the fact that he just plain liked the two of them. They did not radiate with the darkness he would have expected of two former professional killers. Indeed, they both shone brightly in the light side of the Force. Naruto in particular seemed to possess very little true inner darkness. It was there, but it was buried beneath his innate kindness and desire to do good. His grief over losing his home and people was more of a temporary pall than a true innate darkness. It would pass in time, Quinlan was confident. Jiraiya had more darkness in his soul than his pupil, but he was well aware of it, and kept it firmly in check. He reminded Quinlan of some of the older Jedi Masters, the ones that had been in the field for decades. Like them, Jiraiya had a clear understanding of his own character flaws and how to control them. He was also loath to judge a primitive culture from a mere description, even a first-hand one. Jiraiya had been quite merciless in his description of his people, and Quinlan suspected he may have gone overboard somewhat. Not exaggerated per se, but perhaps left out many of the subtle nuances and silver linings that so often accompanied such brutal nations. Ultimately, Quinlan had not been there. He was seeing this from a very, very far-removed perspective. He also could not deny that there would be a certain hypocrisy in condemning the shinobi for using child soldiers when Jedi Padawans were often considered children by the standards of their race. They were not often placed in such violent situations as these shinobi had placed their genin, but they were hardly coddled either. In the end, it took Quinlan nearly 2 days of meditation and inner debate before he found an answer. He would not condemn Naruto and Jiraiya for the actions of their people. They struck him as two thoroughly decent people who had made the best of a bad situation. Whatever they may have done in the past, they deserved a fresh start. If anyone understood the importance of a fresh start, it was him, after all. When Quinlan emerged from his quarters, he immediately found Jiraiya and had a long conversation with him. He told him of his decision, but also gave him a warning. If Jiraiya abused his trust and used his skills for evil, Quinlan would personally hunt him down, and bring him to justice. He then had a somewhat less intense version of the same conversation with Naruto. Ayla came to much the same conclusion as her master, though for slightly different reasons. Her friendship with Naruto, new though it was, gave her a fairly good understanding of the boy's character. She could feel the good in him. Even through the pall of his grief, it still shone like a star. She could no more believe he was evil than she could Master Yoda. Naruto was nervous at first after the truth of the shinobi world was brought to light. He was afraid that his new friend would abandon him. Ayla quickly assuaged those fears. "I won't judge you for things in your past," she said. "It's the Jedi way to judge people for who they are in the moment, and to offer redemption to those who are lost. I don't think you're a bad person, Naruto. You may have brushed the dark side before, but you found your way out again." Naruto frowned slightly at that. A question had been itching at the back of his mind for a while now, but it had never really seemed like the right time to ask. He asked it now though. "Ayla, what is the dark side?" he asked. "I've heard you and Quinlan talk about it a whole bunch, but I don't really get what it is." Now it was Ayla's turn to frown. How was she supposed to explain the concept of the dark side to someone who had never touched the Force like a Jedi before? "The dark side is the aspect of the Force that is fueled by our worst impulses," she said eventually, drawing on her own memories of the dark to guide her explanation. "When you use the Force out of fear, anger, or selfish desire, that is using the dark side. If you do that too long, eventually those become the only things you can feel. It consumes you, until you think only of your own power and wants." "So, when I used it, I was evil?" Naruto asked, sounding both confused and worried. "No," Ayla hastened to say. "You weren't evil. Using the dark side doesn't instantly make you evil, nor does being evil mean you use the dark. If you had kept going though, if you had continued to draw on your anger and hatred, eventually you would have been evil. That's the great trap of the dark side. It twists you, leading you on with promises of power, until you become someone you don't recognize, a monster. I've been called a monster before, Naruto said quietly. Whoever said that was wrong, Ayla said. You aren't a monster, Naruto. I didn't think so when you drew on the Kyuubi, and I don't think so now. I'm not going to condemn you for what you contain. You shouldn't either. Naruto I smiled at her, his joy at not losing his friend shining like a beacon in the force. She smiled back and gave him a hug. He was making progress, she mused. His grief was still powerful, and probably would be for some time, but she was confident he would be all right. And the council would help him, she would make sure of that. The second dramatic moment was, thankfully, less serious. It was actually a series of moments that came when Naruto and Jiraiya demonstrated some of the techniques they could perform using chakra. Despite having already seen some of their abilities, including a sealing scroll and a raised non, Ayla and Quinlan were still left astonished at some of what the shinobi could do with their odd usage of the force. They were both able to independently confirm that what Naruto and Jiraiya called chakra was a form of force usage, but one unlike any either had ever felt or heard of. Quinlan thought it most resembled the ways of the Matokai, with their focus on using the force to enhance their own bodies, but taken much further. The force was tied up within their bodies to a degree Quinlan had never thought possible, but he was not an experienced enough sensor to figure out exactly how it worked, or how to replicate it. Both he and his Padawan were fascinated by watching it, however. Ayla was especially interested in the elemental ninjutsu Jiraiya displayed. In a cleared-out room, he demonstrated a small fireball and a small Sutenjutsu. Ayla was fascinated by the ability to not only alter the physical world with this force discipline, but also to create solid matter for a time. Quinlan found the sealing arts to be the more interesting branch of study Jiraiya demonstrated. The ability to warp space and reality using arcane symbols imbued with the force was a legendary skill amongst the Jedi, but such knowledge had been all but lost over the millennia. To see it now, performed with such speed and ease, made Quinlan more determined than ever to convince the Jedi Council to help these two displaced shinobi find a fresh start. Alienating people with access to this knowledge would be stupid, as well as morally wrong. One major talent that Jiraiya refused to demonstrate while on the ship was summoning. When Quinlan explained the basics of how hyperspace travel worked, Jiraiya decided it would be far too risky to try and summon a toad during flight. He did not know if the summoning would be affected by the quasi-subspatial nature of hyperspace flight, but he wasn't willing to risk it. For their part, Naruto and Jiraiya were most impressed by the two Jedi's sensory abilities. Jiraiya estimated that, based on their claims regarding their powers, Ayla and Quinlan had greater sensory prowess than even the finest sensor-type shinobi. He was further impressed when he heard that their skills were not considered especially rare amongst the Jedi. As time passed and the time of their arrival on Coruscant drew closer, both groups became eager to get to the capital planet. Ayla and Quinlan were eager to share these new and exciting discoveries with the Jedi Council, as well as to see about getting their new friends help with their unique situation. Naruto and Jiraiya were equally eager to hear what the Jedi Council had to say about what had happened to them, and what would happen next. Neither truly held out hope that the Council would be able to send them home, but they were hopeful that the Jedi Order Quinlan and Ayla had told them so much about would be able to help them find a new home in the galaxy. Naruto was also excited to meet new people. The past few weeks had served to dull the ache of his loss somewhat, thanks in no small part to Ayla and Jiraiya's continued efforts to cheer him up. As such, much of his natural enthusiasm and friendliness had returned. It was a fragile thing, easily turned to melancholy, but it was a far cry from the mess he had been when he first had come aboard. The prospect of meeting a whole new group of potential friends was enough to have him nearly vibrating with anticipation. As the hour of their arrival approached, he began mentally compiling all of the questions he wanted to ask the Jedi Masters who he had heard so much about. If done properly, a ship dropping out of hyperspace is not an especially dramatic affair. There is generally a slight change in the tone of the engines, and a sense of the sudden lack of a vibration you weren't truly aware of until it stopped. Beyond that, nothing. An exciting exit from hyperspace usually means that something expensive probably needs repairing. For those aboard the unnamed Consular-class cruiser that had just dropped out of hyperspace in orbit above Coruscant, however, the event felt very dramatic indeed. It represented different things to each of them, but they all felt the same sense of relief upon arriving at the Republic capital. For Vec, it represented the end of one of the most difficult navigation challenges of his entire life. He was eager to return to his job of scouting new hyperlanes in the Outer Rim. For Quinlan and Ayla, it represented the successful completion of the most stressful mission they had been on since regaining their memories more than a year ago. It was a chance for them to return to the peace and tranquility of the temple for a time. For Naruto and Jiraiya, it represented the next step on their journey into this new, much larger world. It was also the first truly alien world either of them had ever seen, let alone visited. As it loomed large in the viewport, they both found themselves holding their breath. The planet glowed silver and orange as it hung in space. City lights seemed to form a spider web across the surface. Both of them had heard about the ecumenople, but seeing it was an entirely different matter. For two people from a time when a city of 250,000 people was considered huge, seeing a city that covered an entire planet kilometers deep was rather overwhelming. After a moment spent staring at the city world, Quinlan moved over to the nearby communicator. A few button presses later, and a small hologram of Yoda appeared in the air above it. "Night Voss, good to see you safe, it is. A success your mission was." "Yes, Master Yoda," Quinlan said respectfully. "My Padawan and I have identified the cause of the disturbance in the Force. I am transmitting my report now." Done well you have. And yet, I sense that more, there is, you wish to say." "Yes, Master. I encountered two beings while on Tython. They need assistance. I believe the Council will want to speak to them immediately. It concerns my mission." Yoda was silent for a moment after that. His ears twitched back and forth slightly, before he nodded. "Always willing to offer help, a Jedi should be. If so important this is, then convene the Council I shall. Your new companions, to the temple bring them." "Yes, Master. I'll have Vec bring the ship to the temple docking bay as soon as we get clearance," Quinlan said, before ending the transmission. Even with their Jedi clearance codes, it still took the better part of an hour for Quinlan to get approval to land. Coruscant had the busiest skies in the galaxy, after all. An hour-long wait was actually considered fairly quick for a non-emergency request. As such, by the time they landed at the temple docking bay, someone had already arrived to greet them. "Return to us, the brave explorers have." "Master Yaddle," Quinlan said with shock. "I did not expect to see you here. I had heard you were with Kenobi and Skywalker on Mawan." "There, I was," Yaddle said. "Here, I am now." Before she could say anything further, her attention shifted behind Quinlan. There Naruto and Jiraiya stood in silence, looking around with barely concealed awe. Over the 4-week journey from Tython, the pain of their loss had subsided a little. Enough for them to begin to take in the wonders this new future offered, rather than dwell only on the things it no longer held. Everywhere they glanced there was some new ship, or some strange alien they had only seen pictures of from Teach's archives. They recognized some of them, a Rodian, a Togruta, and a few Duros. Others were a mystery to them. they at least recognized Master Yaddle. Jiraiya had asked to know who exactly was on the Jedi Council they were meeting, and Quinlan had agreed to tell him. Naruto had been encouraged to memorize their faces and names as well. Their gawking was interrupted by Ayla, whose path they had inadvertently blocked. She smirked at their dumbfounded expressions, before giving both of them a sharp prod in the ribs. "Gah!" Naruto yelped. "Ayla, what was that for?" "So you two would stop just standing there and go greet Master Yaddle. You shouldn't keep her waiting. And remember to speak basic." Pouting somewhat beneath his mask, Naruto walked down the ramp, Jiraiya close behind him. When he reached the bottom he gave a small bow, remembering the extensive lecture Jiraiya had given him on manners after the incident with Fukazaku. "Hello Master Yaddle," he said in heavily accented basic. "My name Naruto, and this Jiraiya." They had decided before landing that Naruto would handle introductions. His occasional lack of manners aside, he was somewhat better at speaking basic than his godfather. Yaddle noticed the masked boy's thick accent and slightly stilted words. "Fluent in basic you are not," she said kindly. "Translate for you I will, so you may speak freely." "Teach say practice as much as can," Naruto replied, before wincing. That had definitely not been polite. Still, Yaddle only chuckled a little. A good thing, practice is. But now is not the time for it. A day for doing, today is. Now, to the council chambers we must go." With that she turned and walked off, gesturing for them to follow her. Naruto decided that he liked the strange little green lady, and eagerly rushed to catch up with her. Drawing level with her, he began to ask some of the seemingly endless questions that sprang to his mind. The rest of the group could only watch with a mix of embarrassed amusement as he interrogated the kind Jedi Master. Yaddle herself found the rapid-fire questioning endearing. She answered each as best she could, and watched as the masked boy's eyes seemed to shine with delight as he slaked his curiosity. His presence in the Force was like a storm of positivity. It swirled and crackled with uncontrolled happiness and a strong sense of hope. Beneath that though, Yaddle could sense pain. He was mourning a great loss, and he was afraid of what came next. Understandable, if Quinlan's report was accurate. Many Jedi would look down on such raw emotion, but Yaddle took a different view. Grief and fear were perfectly natural responses to what this child had been through. He was not letting them control him though, at least not now. His sparkling eyes and almost glowing optimism told her that. Besides, the boy had not received Jedi training, it would be unfair to judge him by Jedi standards. As she satisfied Naruto's curiosity, Yaddle examined his presence in the Force more deeply. She could sense the strangely tangled nature of the Force within his body, much as Voss had reported, but she was able to discern more than him. She could feel that the Force was somehow being integrated directly into his body's own organic energies, though she could not say to what extent. She would need to ask Yoda to look into it. She also looked for any trace of the dark side in Naruto's presence, particularly this Kyuubi being that was supposedly sealed within him. To her immense relief, she found only slight traces consistent with the accidental brush he had had with the dark side a month ago. There was an interesting knot of Force energy in his abdomen, presumably the seal Quinlan had reported, but it seemed a nigh impenetrable barrier. She could feel nothing of what was inside it, and only the tiny spurts of raw Force power that it emitted every few seconds gave an indication of what it might contain. When Yaddle had first read Quinlan's report an hour ago, she had been intensely curious about these newcomers. To her, they represented a chance to revitalize the Jedi Order, and perhaps correct what she saw as mistakes they had made in the past. In recent decades, Yaddle had begun to see a worrying trend in the Order, a trend towards rigidity and arrogance that did not sit well with her. Qui-Gon's death, and Dooku's subsequent departure, had driven home for her the need for change. She had been stymied in her attempts up to now, but perhaps these two would provide her with the chance she needed. Eventually, during one of the breaks in the constant stream of questions, she asked one of her own. "Your mask, why wear it, do you?" Naruto paused for a moment, and the light in his eyes dimmed a bit. Clearly this topic brought up some painful memories. Still, Yiddle waited patiently for an answer. She had already asked the question, and trying to take it back now would be both pointless and embarrassing for the boy. "I wear it to honor one of my first teachers," Naruto said eventually. "He always used to wear one. He said it was a tradition in his clan. When he gave me this, he said he believed I was worthy of representing him and his clan out in the world. A heavy burden, for one so young, that is," Yiddle said. "I can handle it," Naruto said defensively, before looking away, embarrassed at having been rude again. "Sorry. It's just not a lot of people believed in me back in my village. But Kakashi-sensei always did. He taught me a lot, and I want to honor that and remember his lessons." "Apology accepted," Yiddle said calmly. "Wisdom there is in your words, young Naruto. But care you should take, that hold you back the past does not. Serve as the soil you grow in, it should, not as weights tied around your neck." Naruto didn't know what to make of that. He thought Yiddle might be saying something important, but he had no idea what it meant. Dismissing it from his mind, he resumed his questions. They continued, unabated, until Yiddle stopped them outside the door to the council chambers. "Arrived we have. Ready, are you?" she asked. Naruto looked back at Jiraiya. The sage stepped forward and put his hand on his godson's shoulder, giving him a reassuring squeeze. "We're ready," he said. There was no point in delaying things. The only way to go was forward. Nodding, Yiddle opened the door and led them into the council chamber. She swiftly crossed the room and took her usual seat across from the door. The rest of them stood in the center of the ring of chairs, waiting to be addressed. They didn't have to wait long. As soon as Yiddle had gotten situated, Mace Windu began to speak. "Before we begin," the formidable master said, "is there anything you would like to add to your report, Quinlan? It seemed to be missing several key details, I assume deliberately." "Yes, master, I left out two things," Quinlan replied. "The first were the names of my companions here. This is Naruto Uzumaki and his godfather Jiraiya. They were involved in the disturbance we all felt. They are also the two whom I told Master Yoda needed the Order's help." "And what manner of help do they require?" asked Plo-kun. The Keldor master leaned forward in his chair, examining the two shinobi. "That leads into the second thing I left out of my report, Master Plo," said Quinlan. "The means by which these two ended up on Tython. So far as I can tell, they traveled forward through time from 50,000 years ago." A surprised mutter ran through the room at that. Plo-kun leaned back, and several of the masters frowned. Even Pyle even let out a surprised cough. Mace Windu merely stared flatly at Voss, skepticism written in every line of his face. "Time travel," he said. "How exactly did you come to that conclusion?" Quinlan had been ready for that question, though. He told the council the entirety of Naruto and Jiraiya's story. The two shinobi chimed in regularly, clarifying aspects of their history and culture. Everything from their past actions as shinobi, to their experience being pulled into the future, to the tachyon scans Archie had taken. At that last one, he produced a copy of the scan results from his robe, passing them to Master Ethkoth for inspection. Another science droid was summoned to the tower, where it performed the scans again to verify the results. All the while, Yoda sat silently in his chair, staring at the two shinobi as if deep in thought. He was only shaken out of his reverie when Master Koth somewhat astonishedly declared both sets of scans as identical. The two were most definitely from the past. Most unusual this is. What help was it that this council would provide, did you hope? It took Jiraiya a second to decipher Yoda's unusual speech patterns, but Naruto had grown used to them during the walk with Yaddle. As such, he spoke up first. "Can you send us back?" he asked. "Please, we just want to go home." Yoda very slowly shook his head. "Sorry, I am, for your plight. But a way to send you back, there is not," he answered sadly. He could see some disappointment in the boy's eyes, but no shock. It seemed Naruto had been prepared for such an answer. "We have only fragmented rumors and speculation on time travel," Yariel Poof said. "The journals of Nostdural mentions stories of ancient devices for such, but only says that they had long since been lost or destroyed by his time." "I see," Jiraiya said as he placed a comforting hand on Naruto's shoulder. "Thank you, for at least hearing us out, I suppose. I believe it is time someone addressed the biggest concern in your report," Depa Biloba said. "This dark side entity that is supposedly sealed into the boy. Please, tell us more about that." In this, Quinlan deferred to Naruto and Jiraiya. They told the tale of what the Kyuubi was, how it came to be sealed into Naruto, and the various risks and benefits it carried. Quinlan and Ayla chimed in with their own experiences and impressions from time to time, giving their thoughts on the matter. "HRRM, most unusual this is," Yoda said. "Allow me, will you, to examine this seal? Curious I am, how such a thing works." Jiraiya glanced down at Naruto, who shrugged. He didn't know what risks might be involved, so he was leaving it up to his godfather. "So long as I can monitor what you're doing, I suppose that would be fine," Jiraiya said cautiously. "But if I tell you to stop what you're doing, you will stop. Or I will stop you. Understood?" Several of the masters bristled at Jiraiya's threatening tone, but Yoda merely nodded his agreement. There had been no true malice behind the words. Just protectiveness, and a genuine concern for everyone's safety. The old master watched intently as Naruto exposed his stomach and seemed to concentrate. He felt the force move in a very strange way, and then an intricate design faded into view across the boy's abdomen. Yoda spent several minutes examining the seal, both with his eyes and with his force senses. He felt much the same thing that Yaddle had, an impenetrable web of the force, regularly emitting small bursts of power into the boy's own force presence. Finally, after nearly 10 minutes of examination, Yoda pulled back. "Understand this seal fully, I do not," he said. "But secure it is. Very secure." "Are you truly suggesting we just leave such an entity in the boy?" Tien said, clearly shocked at the idea. "Read the report, you did, yes?" Yaddle asked, a bit sharply. "Removing this Kyuubi, kill Naruto it would. Felt the seal myself, I did as well. Agree with Yoda, I do. In this case, doing nothing, the safest path it is." Tien lapsed into silence at that. He may not have liked the idea of leaving such dangerous power in the hands of a child, but he was hardly going to advocate killing the boy just to satisfy his concerns. Only Mace noticed how Jiraiya had subtly tensed when Tien had made his comment, as well as how he had relaxed when Yaddle had responded. Clearly the man was highly protective of his godson, as well as quite confident in his skills to be ready to fight the full council. Reaching out with his own senses, Mace could see why. Jiraiya was immensely powerful, with a calm, controlled assuredness about him that spoke to a commensurate level of skill. Clearly, this was not a man to trifle with, Mace thought. He was shaken from his thoughts by Jiraiya's voice. "Is that it, or did you have more questions?" he asked. "I would be interested in seeing some of your abilities with the Force," Yariel Poof said, much to general agreement. "From the report, they sound quite fascinating." Jiraiya was somewhat impatient with this, but Naruto was never one to avoid a chance to show off what he could do. As such, they spent most of the next 2 hours giving demonstrations and answering questions on their powers. Much like with Quinlan, The council seemed most interested in Jiraiya's skill in sealing. It seemed that was one of the few skills the Jedi did not have even a vague analog for, at least not anymore. The other bit that the council found particularly fascinating was when Jiraiya had Naruto summon Gamekaki. The young toad seemed to take the new environment in stride, though he was somewhat stunned at seeing so many alien species. Mace and Yoda found the concept of a summoning contract rather disturbing at first, worrying that it may be some form of slavery. A swift conversation with Gamekaki served to dispel those worries though. Jiraiya was just glad that he hadn't had to summon Shima or Fukazaku. He did not yet trust the Jedi so much he would show all of his trump cards. Finally, after a long series of questions, Yoda decided he had seen enough. "Thank you for your patience with us, I do," he said. "Tired and hungry you must be. Escort you to a dining hall, Padawan Sakura will. Your situation, difficult it is. Debate we will, on how best to help you. Signal you we will when options for you, we have. Decide on what you wish to do, then you will." Jiraiya wasn't thrilled with the thought of not being present when the council was debating, but he wasn't about to make a stink about it. For one, he was hungry, and so was Naruto. For another, he understood them not wanting to talk about their fate with them in the room. So he simply inclined his head respectfully, and guided Naruto out of the room behind Ayla. As the door closed once more, Yoda turned to Quinlan. "Your opinion of them, what is it?" the old master asked. "I think they're good people," Quinlan said immediately. "They come from a culture of spies and assassins," CZ Tien objected. "They even admitted to multiple crimes under Republic law." "But they weren't under Republic law, Master Tien," Quinlan protested. "I'm not defending their culture, but both of them were adamant that they were trying to change the system and bring peace to their world." "And you believe this, do you?" Tien asked, his voice somewhat disdainful. "Yes, I do. I am very good at knowing when I am being lied to. Neither of them were lying to me. Do you doubt my skills, or is it my word you don't believe?" "Enough," Yoda said sharply. "In doubt, neither your skills nor honesty are, Knight Voss. In your report, you mention the boys tapped into the dark side during the battle. That led him to nearly losing himself to this Kyuubi he has sealed in him," Depa Bilaba said. "You stand by your assessment, even after that display?" "I do," Voss replied. "My Padawan and I are living proof that a brush with the dark side does not automatically corrupt you." Naruto had just lost his entire world, and was then thrown into a battle. How can we judge him for acting out of anger when he was never taught a different way? Neither of them were ever given Jedi training. From the report, it says the boy regained control as soon as he woke up, and immediately saved Padawan Sakura's life, Ithkoth said. He also expressed regret for his loss of control, and determination never to allow it to happen again. I believe Quinlan's assessment of his character is accurate. Padawan Sakura is perhaps the best empathy currently in the Order, Adi Gallia said. She also has more experience with the dark side than even most of us here. If she says that Naruto was not tainted by his brush with the darkness, then I do not believe we should doubt her. Agree also, I do, Yoda said. Sense them both we all did. Not evil were they. Hurt and mourning, yes. But evil? This I do not believe. That will be all, Knight Voss, Mace Windu said. You may join your Padawan to eat. Quinlan bowed and walked out of the room. He knew he was being dismissed so that he would not get into another argument with Tien. Even so, he was grateful that Yoda had backed him up. It was nice to know that the wise Grandmaster had faith in him. It was also nice to be allowed to eat. He was starving. I agree with Knight Voss, said Plo-kun when the door had closed, surprising many there. The Keldor Master was known for his strict, almost black and white view of justice. They have broken no Republic laws, he continued. We have no authority to punish them for things that happened 50,000 years ago. They struck me as good people making the best of the world they had. I believe we should give them a chance to make the best of this one as well. There was a general nodding of agreement to this. Even CZ Tien reluctantly conceded the point. If Plo-kun was willing to look past their actions as shinobi, then he felt he could too. The issue of their character aside, we still have the question of what to do with them, Mace Windu said. We cannot simply give them transport and send them on their way, said Yarael Poof. They know nearly nothing of the galaxy. They would starve, or else be forced into crime. There is also the matter of their powers, said Adi Gallia. They both are powerful Force users, with highly unusual abilities. If the Sith were to somehow capture them, those abilities could be used against us, or worse, the Republic. That isn't even touching on what might happen if that entity gets free. Their powers could also be of great value to the Republic, Poof responded. There are dark days ahead, and some of their techniques could save many lives if used properly. Indeed, Yoda said. Important to the future, both of them are. See them in my vision, I did. Allow them to fall to the Sith, we cannot. Not just for their sakes, but for the whole Republic. Unending darkness I sense, if the Sith gain control of them. There was a long pause after that. All of the masters contemplated the problem at hand. It was after nearly 5 minutes of silence that Yaddle spoke up. If into Sith hands we cannot let them fall, then a solution I may have, she said slowly. What do you suggest? Asked Mace. Train them as Jedi, we could. Teach them how to use the Force, how to recognize the dark we could. Strong are they in the Force? The boy especially. If into the Order we bring them, then away from the Sith they would be. Her suggestion was met with a number of reactions. Most present dismissed it almost instantly. Plo-kun and Yarael Poof were unreadable. Mace was frowning slightly, but did not immediately nix the idea. Yoda, however, looked contemplative. They are too old, said Tien. And the boy is far too emotional. Training them would risk them falling to the dark side, added Oppo Rancisis. Always present, that risk is, for every being we train, retorted Yaddle. No different are these two. As to their age, too old was Skywalker. Too old was I, too old was Yoda. Too much weight to age, this order gives. We would still be giving them dangerous skills. If they were to fall. Pyle trailed off. They already have dangerous skills, said Plo-kun. By Quinlan's report, Jiraiya would be a match for most of us here. Naruto is already the equal of many Padawans. Training them would not make them more of a threat than they could already become. It would merely show them a different path. It sounds as if you are actually considering this, Tien said, shocked. Think of the damage they could do if they fell. Think of the damage they could do now, Plo responded. At the very least, training them as Jedi would let them recognize the dark side and avoid it. While the council continued to debate the idea back and forth, Yoda and Mace stayed silent, both deep in contemplation. Yoda was thinking on his vision. The two shinobi were vitally important to the future of both the Jedi Order and the Republic. That much he was certain of. Their arrival had already changed things. Yaddle's suggestion, however, flew in the face of every tradition the Jedi had established in the last 1,000 years. Naruto, and most certainly Jiraiya, were far too old to be trained. They were emotional and attached, and their jutsu flirted with the dark side. Despite this, the image of young Skywalker sprang unbidden to his mind. That boy also had been too old, too emotional, too attached. He had been filled with fear and anger, both paths to the dark side. Yet Qui-Gon had supported him until his last breath, and now look. 6 years later, and the boy had become a passable Padawan, no closer to falling than he had been at the age of 9. Indeed, he seemed determined to stay in the light, and had a promising future ahead of him. His training was far from complete, but if Yoda was being honest with himself, he was progressing very well. Had he been wrong to oppose Skywalker's training? Yoda found himself reluctant to admit the possibility, but it seemed unavoidable. As he re-examined his decisions, he found something he did not like. Fear. Fear and pride. The same emotions he had so often criticized Skywalker for, he found within himself now. When had those crept in? The fear of taking even the slightest risk on a potentially promising child, and the pride keeping him from admitting his mistake, even to himself. It seemed some serious self-reflection was in order. He suspected he would not entirely like what he found. Putting that aside for the moment, he tried to catch a glimpse of the future. The dark side had yet to fully return to its previous levels, so he was optimistic of seeing at least something. It was murky, but after a few patient minutes, he was able to discern a sense of rightness, of light even, around the idea of bringing Naruto and Jiraiya into the Jedi Order. He would need to meditate for a clearer glimpse, but the brief sensation was enough for now. Mace, meanwhile, was thinking about Naruto. He had never seen so many shatter points clustered around a single being before. They clung to the boy so thick they were like a fog. Whatever he did in the future, Mace was sure he would change the galaxy. Mace very much wanted to ensure that that change was a positive one. That wasn't the biggest thing that interested him about the boy, though. What truly had him thinking was what he had felt when he first sensed Naruto's force presence. He had felt it call out to him, and he had felt his own power respond. It was a sensation Mace had felt several times before, but one he had never imagined he would feel with someone like Naruto. It had been the beginning of a Padawan bond. The Force, it seemed, was pushing him to take the boy as his apprentice. Mace normally did his best to follow the will of the Force, but here there was a problem. Naruto was not a Jedi initiate. He was not eligible to be taken as a Padawan. And yet, here was Yaddle, a being whose wisdom he felt was equaled only by Yoda's, suggesting that the boy and his godfather be trained as Jedi, in violation of all tradition. The Force had never led Mace astray, not once. He did not believe it was even possible for it to lead him astray, and he did not believe it was leading him astray now. This path was risky, he knew that, but the Koran Jedi was hardly a stranger to risk. His mind made up, he traded a significant glance with Yoda. It was time to make their opinion known to the council. "Agree with Master Yaddle, I do," said Yoda, silencing the ongoing debate. "Too much weight on age, this council puts. Too risky, you say it is. Too dangerous. Ruled by our fear, are we? But Master, you opposed Anakin Skywalker being trained," Oppo Rancisis pointed out. "Wrong was I to do so. A powerful Jedi, Skywalker is shaping up to be. Emotional, yes. Unconventional, yes. But many great Jedi, unconventional they have been. Judge him too harshly then I did. Let my fear rule me, I did. Allow it to rule me now, I will not," Yoda said emphatically. "I also agree with Master Yaddle," Mace broke in. "The Force wills that I should take Naruto as my Padawan learner. The boy is surrounded by shatter points. His destiny will likely shape the Republic. I would see that that destiny is guided by the Jedi rather than the Sith. While searching the Force for guidance, a sense I received, that the right path this is. Serve the will of the Force, this action would," Yoda said. "Training those two would go against all our traditions. Traditions that have served us for 1,000 years, Tyan protested. "And yet the Sith have returned," said Yariel Poof. "They have lurked unseen beneath our noses for all of those 1,000 years, causing who knows how much pain and suffering. Now, they feel confident enough to act openly, revealing their existence. So, have those traditions truly served us well? Or have they, perhaps, blinded us? The Ruisan reform was 1,000 years ago. Even if it was the right decision at the time, are we truly going to act as if we need never change again? That strikes me as a road to destruction. There was silence at that. None of the masters knew how to answer those questions. The idea of 1,000 years of tradition having been a mistake was not something any of them wished to consider. Still, the facts Yariel brought up sat there like mountains, tough to ignore, and difficult to get around. Finally, after several minutes of quiet pondering, Mace broke the silence. "Let us put it to a vote," he said. "Further debate will get us nowhere." One by one the masters cast their vote as to whether or not the two time travelers would be trained. In the end, only CZ Tian, Even Pyle, and Oppo Rancisis voted nay. The result was clear. Naruto and Jiraiya would be offered a chance to become Jedi. Now the only issue left to debate was how to go about doing that. Naruto and Jiraiya had long since finished eating by the time the council contacted Quinlan to summon them. Quinlan had joined them halfway through the meal, before offering to give them a tour. He had been showing them around some of the more famous parts of the temple. They were in the room of 1,000 fountains when the call came across her communicator. A few minutes later, the group of four stood outside the council chambers. "Do you know what they decided?" asked Jiraiya. "Not yet," he responded. "They'll want to tell you two first." Whatever it was, they certainly took a long time debating. Jiraiya wasn't sure how to feel about that. It could mean that their problem was especially complicated and required a nuanced response. It could also mean that the council wasn't fully on board with helping them. All he could do was hope for the former. "Come on, what are we waiting for?" Naruto asked impatiently. "Let's quit standing around and go in there already." Jiraiya shook his head at Naruto's impatience. Nevertheless, he had a point. Standing around accomplished nothing. So, bracing himself for potentially bad news, he opened the doors and strode into the center of the council chamber. Naruto, Quinlan, and Ayla followed closely behind him. "Thank you for coming," Mace Windu began. "This council has reached a decision regarding your situation. We have an offer we would like you to consider." "What sort of offer?" asked Jiraiya. "We would like for you and Naruto to join the Jedi Order," Mace replied, his face inscrutable. Jiraiya felt Quinlan stiffen behind him. Ayla actually gasped in shock. Clearly this wasn't the sort of offer that was made every day. "We are offering you a home here, with us, as well as the chance to learn how to continue your quest for peace in the galaxy of today," Mace continued. That got Jiraiya's attention for sure. He had been heartened to hear of the Jedi when Quintana had first described them. They had seemed to mirror many of his own ideas and goals. The chance to be a part of that was undeniably alluring. "Quinlan said we were too old to be Jedi," Naruto said, confused. He had asked the Kiffer Knight about becoming a Jedi on the trip from Tython. It had sounded like a pretty awesome thing to do, but Quinlan had been quick to break the bad news to him. According to him, only infants and young toddlers were accepted for training. Even so, there was no mistaking the tone of hope that colored Naruto's voice, nor the feeling of it in his Force signature. Clearly the offer of a home had grabbed his attention. "Traditionally you would be. In this case, however, certain circumstances have convinced us that a certain flexibility would be appropriate," Mace replied. Judging by the slightly uncomfortable shifting of some of the masters, Jiraiya noticed that decision had not been unanimous. That, however, was not what concerned him regarding that statement. "What circumstances would those be?" he asked. He wanted to be sure of all the angles before he even considered accepting this offer. "Your abilities with Force, concerning they are," Yoda answered. "Dangerous could they be in the wrong hands. Other groups, take advantage of your skills, they would use them against the Republic. Avoid this we wish to. Understand, this offer is not made lightly," Mace said. If you accept it, we will be placing a great deal of faith in you. Jiraiya nodded at that. He was, ironically, comforted that Yoda had admitted they weren't making this offer solely out of the goodness of their hearts. The fact they were willing to be honest and admit that it was in part a tactical decision, told him the Jedi were already extending Naruto and him a lot of trust. He was grateful to them for that, but he wasn't the only one affected by this decision. What do you think, Naruto? He asked, looking at his godson. I'm willing to take them up on this, but only if you are too. Naruto was quiet for a long time. Internally a debate was raging inside his head. On the one hand, he was thrilled by the offer. If he couldn't go home, then being a Jedi struck him as the next best thing. He would get to go around the galaxy, see new worlds, and make a ton of new friends. He may not have been able to be Hokage anymore, but this way he could still find a way to protect his precious people. On the other hand, there was the Kyuubi. He knew that Yoda and the others had convinced themselves the seal was secure, but that didn't lessen the danger. He had nearly given in to the monster inside him once, who was to say it wouldn't happen again? The last thing he wanted was to put people at risk who weren't prepared to deal with something like that. What about the Kyuubi? Naruto asked, giving voice to his private doubts. What if I lose control again? HRRM, a danger the Kyuubi may be, but allow fear to rule us, we cannot, Yoda said. Examine the seal I did. Secure it was. If weaken it does, then maintain it Jiraiya can, yes. Yes, I can do that, Jiraiya said, keeping his shock off his face. How had Yoda figured out he could alter and reinforce the seal? Deny you a chance to live a full life because of your burden, we will not, Yoda said kindly. Deny yourself you should not either. A powerful force entity, this Kyuubi sounds like, Yoda said. Into the archives I will look, for more information on such things. Monitor the situation we will, but stand our offer does. Accept it do you? Naruto's eyes went wide when he heard that. A huge grin broke out across his face under his mask, and he had to catch himself before he literally jumped for joy. Yes, he said. Just you watch. I'll become the best Jedi ever. A good thing to have, a goal is, Yoda said with a chuckle. But many steps along your journey there will be. For now, ready to be Padawans, you two are not. Much you have to learn about the galaxy before that. Then what'll we be doing if we aren't Padawans? Naruto asked. We have decided that for the next year, you two will be given an education here, at the temple, Mace said. Naruto, you will be joining some of our initiate classes, to learn galactic history, basic engineering, and other essential skills. Jiraiya, you will be given a similar education by Master Yoda and Master Plo-kun. Additionally, Master Yoda will be teaching the two of you how to use the Force as we Jedi do. At the end of that year, if we deem you ready, then you may become Padawans. For now, Master Plo will take you where you need to be. There is one other thing, Plo spoke up. Knowledge of how you arrived in this time should be kept restricted. For now, we will tell others that you were held in stasis for all those years. Such technology exists today and has for over 100,000 years. It will draw little comment. Both Naruto and Jiraiya agreed to that, once the concept of stasis was explained to them. It seemed a reasonable precaution to not bandy about knowledge of time travel. What about the Kyuubi? Naruto asked again. What should I say about that? Nothing, Mace said this time. Until we know more about that being, it would be best if you told no one about it at all. To do so would attract the very attention we hope to avoid. Naruto frowned, but reluctantly agreed. He did not like the idea of starting off his time as a Jedi with a lie. Lies had played far too prominent a role in his life up to this point, and he was truly sick of them. Nevertheless, he was a trained shinobi, and he understood the need for certain dangerous facts to be kept a secret. There weren't many facts more dangerous than the truth of what he had sealed in his stomach, so, for now, he would agree to the deception. He promised himself, though, that it would not last forever. Eventually, he would make it so he did not have to live in fear of the Kyuubi. Somehow. With that, the meeting was over. The Keldor Jedi walked over to two former shinobi and introduced himself. Excited once more by the prospect of being a Jedi, Naruto immediately began to ask questions of him, much as he had of Yaddle several hours earlier. The excited sounds of his voice faded down the hall as Plo-kun led them away, with most of the other council members filing out soon afterwards. Eventually, only Yoda and Yaddle were left in the room. A deeper reason you had for suggesting this than precaution against the Sith, Yoda said. It wasn't a question, but neither was it censorious. Yoda had known Yaddle for centuries. At times, her perception of the will of the Force exceeded even his own. He strongly suspected this was one of those times. Too rigid the Jedi have become, too cautious, Yaddle stated calmly, nodding. Nearly turned away young Skywalker we did, out of fear. The old ways, allowed the Sith to return they have. Blinded by our love of tradition, we have become. Perhaps. More to this though, I sense there is. Yaddle nodded, her face turning serious. On my mission to Mawan, died I should have. Killed by Granta Omega's bioweapon. When the disturbance occurred, a vision of this I had. Able to prevent it I was, but more to the vision was there. Saw much darkness I did, but also light. At the center of the light, those two. The will of the Force it is, that become Jedi they should. Yoda listened to this thoughtfully. He had also had visions of darkness coming, but he had not seen that it was Naruto and Jiraiya who would oppose it. He had seen them in his vision, though, and had received no feelings of danger or enmity. He also, if reluctantly, agreed with Yaddle that the Jedi had failed to detect the Sith for 1,000 years. Their traditions had failed them in that. He would have to meditate further on what else they may have failed upon. It seemed the time had come for the self-examination he had resolved upon earlier. The first thing Plo-kun had done, once he had weathered the storm of Naruto's curiosity, was get both of the new Jedi trainees some more appropriate clothing. Jiraiya selected a set of standard Jedi robes, keeping only his horned forehead protector from his old gear. The rest he sealed into a scroll, much to Plo's curiosity. Naruto was somewhat more reluctant to part with his shinobi gear, as much of it held deep personal significance for him. In the end he donned a Jedi tunic and boots, but kept the flak vest, mask, glove, bracers, and forehead protector. He also kept the mesh armor, wearing it beneath his tunic. Plo-kun was somewhat nonplussed by his non-traditional outfit, but he said nothing. Jedi were not actually required to wear the classic brown robes. They were allowed culturally significant clothing, and that was technically what Naruto was keeping. Next, Jiraiya was shown to his quarters. As he was a full adult, he would not be staying with the other initiates. Instead, he had been provided with a small room, complete with a refresher unit and kitchen. He would stay there until he was taken as a Padawan. This arrangement caused some dispute with Naruto. I still don't get why I can't stay with him. Naruto asked for the third time. As I have said before, you have been assigned to the Claw Mouse clan. You will be sharing most of their classes, so the council decided it would be best for you to live with them as well, Plo-kun replied with commendable patience. Think of it as a chance to make friends close to your own age. Naruto perked up slightly at that. He missed his old friends dearly. The chance to make new bonds with people lifted his spirits a bit. The Clawmouse clan creche was located deep within the temple, and the sun was beginning to set by the time they had reached it. As they walked in, Naruto looked around, taking in the details of what was to be his new home. The creche was divided into two main sleeping halls, with boys on the left, and girls on the right. In the center was a mid-sized common area, where the clan could study and spend whatever free time they had. Off to one side was the instructor's quarters and office, where the primary instructor of the clan lived while overseeing their education. Spread out among the chairs in the common area were a dozen or so younglings of various species. They seemed to range in age from Naruto's age to perhaps a year or two younger. "Younglings, gather round," PLO-kun said. This was followed by the muted thumping of small feet as the younglings quickly formed into a semicircle around Naruto and the Jedi Master. "This is Naruto Uzumaki," he said. "He will be joining this clan. He has just been admitted for training by the council, so he will have a little catching up to do. Nevertheless, I expect you all to welcome him into your clan, and provide him with whatever help he needs. He is one of you now. Any questions?" A series of hands flew into the air. Out of the sudden forest of waving arms, PLO selected one Mirialan girl. "Yes, young lady. Tell us your name first." "My name is Barisafi. I was wondering, how did he come to be admitted to the temple? Isn't he too old?" she asked. "That is an excellent question, Baris. I am afraid, however, that is not something I can share. Only Naruto can choose to tell you of his origins." At that, the crowd of younglings turned their attention to Naruto. He felt somewhat nervous. He hadn't had so much curiosity pointed at him in a while. There was a moment's silence, followed by an eruption of noise as each clan member tried to ask their questions. Naruto was soon overwhelmed by the flood of inquisitive young initiates. PLO-kun chuckled to himself as he walked to the instructor's office to inform her of the situation. The council had decided that the two former shinobi would have the right to choose who they told their past to, or the modified version of it that the council had approved, at least. Tien and Pyle had wanted the truth of their time as shinobi classified, but in the end it was deemed unnecessary. The fact that they had time traveled was one thing, but disguising their skills as ninja would have been impossible. Besides, there were many small, isolated, force-wielding warrior sects that no one had ever heard of. That there had been such in the distant past would surprise no one at all. By the time PLO-kun had finished filling the instructor in on all the facts about her new charge, Naruto had managed to tell his story to the assembled younglings. It had hurt to recall his lost home, but Jiraiya had told him it would get easier telling people every time he did it. Naruto didn't want to hide from his grief anymore anyways. He had left out only the part about the Kyuubi. He still wasn't thrilled about not telling his new compatriots, but he understood the need for security around such a dangerous secret. After checking that Naruto was settled, and confirming that his story was true, PLO-kun left the creche. Shortly afterwards, the clan instructor came out to meet the newcomer. "Hello Naruto, my name is Max Leem. I am the primary instructor of the Clawmouse clan. Do you have any?" She trailed off when she noticed Naruto staring at her with some shock. "Is something wrong, Naruto?" What are you? I mean, what species are you?" Naruto asked. Max blinked at the unintentional rudeness of the question. It seemed a few lessons on manners would not go amiss. Still, he was from a primitive culture, she remembered. "I am a Gran, Naruto. And it is better to say that you do not recognize someone's species than to ask such a blunt question," she remonstrated gently. "Oh. Sorry about that. I'm still learning basic, so I didn't know how to phrase it," Naruto said as he scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. "That's all right, Naruto. You know now. Why don't you spend some time getting to know your new clan mates? You will be spending a lot of time with them after all," she suggested. Naruto nodded at that, and walked over to the group of younglings again. One of them, a Togruta girl he recognized, walked over to him. Her orange skin immediately caught his eye. How awesome was that? Here he was, not allowed to wear any orange, and she just got to be born with the most amazing color ever as part of her body. Talk about unfair. Hi there, she said. My name's Ahsoka Tano. Hi, he said. I really like your skin color. Oh, okay, she said, confused. Wait, are you making fun of me? Because you better not be. As she said that, she stepped forward menacingly, and she gave him a glare that would have impressed a Hyuga. Naruto yelped a bit and waved his arms, desperately searching for the words to keep this girl from trying to hit him. No, 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 no. I promise I wasn't. I was just arg. I'm not all the way fluent in basic yet, so I kinda just winged it. Orange is my favorite color. It's awesome. Please don't hit me, he stammered out. It didn't matter that this girl was nearly 2 years younger and 7 centimeters shorter than him. She was still an angry female, and Naruto knew to fear such beings. Satisfied that she had made her point, Ahsoka backed off a little. The boy didn't seem to have been teasing her. She was also secretly pleased that someone thought something about her was so great, even if he did have a weird way of saying it. All right. I'm not gonna hit you, geez. Anyway, I had a question for you. Why do you wear that mask? I do it to honor one of my old teachers, Naruto answered her. He hoped she wouldn't press for more details on that. It was still a raw wound. Okay, she said. What's underneath it then? Naruto's eyes brightened when he heard that. His mind flashed back to when his team had asked Kakashi the same question, and what the result had been. Glancing around, he saw that several other clan members were already paying attention to them. He could do it, but he would have to build some suspense first. His plan in mind, he focused back on Ahsoka. If you want to know, you'll have to get it off of me, he smirked. Oh yeah, she said. Well, in that case dash. She lunged at him suddenly, her fingers grasping for his face. He dodged to the side, before vaulting over her head and landing behind her. Grinning, Ahsoka turned around and pointed at him. Get him, she said, delighted at the chance to run around. Get his mask off. With that, a sort of free-for-all began. The members of the Clawmouse clan all gave chase, determined to get his mask. Naruto was no easy target, though. He ducked, flipped, weaved, and generally danced around them all. He was faster than them, and far more experienced with such things. As he rolled under the outstretched hand of a male Twi'lek before doing a handspring over the heads of Barris and a human girl he didn't know yet, Max Leem came out of her office. She had heard the sudden commotion and, like anyone who has spent more than 10 seconds around children, figured it spelled trouble. She had not been expecting to find most of her charges enthusiastically trying to chase down and catch the new boy. Nor was she expecting said new boy to be evading said charges by way of some highly advanced acrobatics for someone his age. Younglings, stop this at once, she yelled. The whole of the Clawmouse clan froze instantly. A general aura of nervous guilt seemed to spread across the room like an oil slick. Only Naruto looked unrepentant. What on earth is the meaning of this? Max demanded. Why were you chasing young Naruto here? We were just trying to get his mask off, the human girl said. And why, was this so important that you had to cause such a ruckus? What do you think he has under there? The Grand Jedi asked. Do you want to see? Naruto piped up. The instructor may have interrupted his plan, but she had also just given him the perfect opening. Max looked at him with what he thought might be a questioning expression. Do you want to see what's under my mask? Naruto repeated. Every youngling in the room instantly stared at him. Max suspected that Naruto was up to something, but for the life of her she couldn't figure out what it could be. Beneath my mask. Naruto's hand slowly rose to his face. His fellow initiates leaned in forward with anticipation. None of them could wait to see whatever mysteries lay beneath the time traveler's mask. Was he ugly? Was he scarred? Did he have some horrible disfigurement? Even Master Liam seemed entirely focused on him as he hooked his fingers over the cloth and pulled. Is another mask. Only to reveal another, identical mask, still covering his face. Most of the younglings gave out the strangled grunts of brutally murdered anticipation. Several actually fell down with shock. Master Liam just sighed. The matronly Jedi shook her head. That boy was definitely going to be a handful, she thought. Naruto laughed so hard he slipped off of the chair he had been standing on. With a dull thump, he landed on the floor, still cackling like a maniac with a caffeine addiction. It was only when a shadow fell over him that he managed to pull himself together and look up. Ahsoka was standing over him, giving him a flat look. "You're pretty weird, you know that right," she said, before flashing him a mischievous grin. "Let's be friends, okay?" "Okay," he said, eye smiling. "Friends." While Naruto was entertaining his new clan mates with his antics, Jiraiya was settling into his new quarters. He wasn't very happy to be separated from his godson, but if this was the price he had to pay to secure their presence here, then he would count it as light indeed. He was roused from his thoughts by a chime from his door. "Come in," he said. The door hissed open to reveal Yoda standing there. The little goblin-esque master hobbled into his quarters and sat on a cushion in front of him. "Wished to speak with you, I do," Yoda said. "Much there is to tell, on both sides." "What do you want to know?" Jiraiya asked, cautious of the ancient Jedi. "I told you most of what I could do." "Left out nearly as much as you told, you did," Yoda said, though there was no censure in his voice. "Trust each other fully, we do not. Earned, such trust is, amongst those like us." Jiraiya nodded slowly. He was not surprised that Yoda had discerned how much he had omitted from his demonstration earlier. The old Grandmaster had proven to be almost unnaturally perceptive. He supposed that having over 900 years of experience would lend a helping hand in that department. "Wish to examine the nature of this chakra, I do," Yoda continued. "Unlike any expression of the Force I have seen before it is. But first, tell you I will of some of the threats you may face. Open your eyes must be, in such times as we find ourselves in." "These threats, they're the ones that you wanted to keep Naruto and I away from?" Jiraiya asked. "Yes. The Sith they are called," Yoda said, his voice now grim. "Ancient enemy of the Jedi, for many millennia they were. The dark side, anger, hate, greed, all of these and more are they. Nearly destroyed the Republic several times they did. And now, returned they have." "You make them sound like bogeymen," Jiraiya said, grateful that Yoda was translating so he could use such descriptive language. "For 1,000 years, hidden they have been. Thought them dead we did. If revealed themselves to us now, they have, then close to their goals, they must be." "And what goals are those?" "Death," Yoda said, staring into Jiraiya's eyes. "Death of the Jedi. Death of the Republic. Death of freedom. Wish to rule the galaxy, always do they. If into their hands you fell, use your skills to do this they would. Allow this to happen, I will not." "So that's why you agreed to have us trained, to keep us out of the Sith's grasp," Jiraiya said. "Well, as reasons go, I suppose it's not horrible." Yoda chuckled a bit at that, pleased that Jiraiya had understood the practical reasons behind Yoda's decision. He could tell that Jiraiya, behind his amiable, easygoing persona, was a skilled tactician, warrior, and soldier. While Yoda did not like the idea of the Jedi needing such skills, his vision had left him worried that those skills would come in handy soon. Hence, he was extending a branch of trust. A reason they were. The only reason, they were not. But enough of such talk. Time for that later there will be. For now, Examine your powers, may I? Jiraiya considered the request for a long few moments, but eventually nodded his assent. Yoda had trusted him with what was clearly sensitive information, and after less than a day of knowing each other, he supposed he could trust the venerable Jedi to prod around his chakra coils, trying to figure out how they worked. After all, he mused, trust was what bonds were built on. And bonds between people were the foundations of peace. Just because he was in a new time, didn't mean he had given up on his mission to bring peace. Anakin Skywalker was feeling emotional. To be fair, this was not an especially rare occurrence, much to the apparent displeasure of his master. In this case, however, Anakin had an especially good reason for his moodiness. The recent mission to Mawan had been stressful. To start with, encountering Granta Omega had most definitely not been part of the mission plan. That had been an extremely unpleasant surprise, and one they had all been lucky to survive. Master Yaddle in particular had mentioned that she likely would have died were it not for the visions granted by that wave in the Force. And therein lay the source of Anakin's present ill temper. Yaddle had not been the only one to see glimpses of the future in the aftermath of that massive shift. Anakin had also had a vision, and not one he had liked. It had mostly been a jumble. Anakin was still relatively inexperienced with the Force, and as such most of the vision had been little more than a series of dizzying images that gave a general impression of some coming darkness. One part of the vision, however, had been crystal clear. His mother's death. He had seen it a dozen different ways. Each time, she was on Tatooine, walking in the desert. In some scenarios she was attacked by Tuskens. In others, criminals from Jabba's gang ran her down. In still others she simply collapsed, lost in the Dune Sea, dying of thirst. He hadn't told Obi-Wan. Not yet. He didn't know how to even begin talking about it. He didn't want to admit, even to himself, that there was a chance those visions might be real. That would mean his mother was going to die, and that wasn't something that Anakin was prepared to even consider. Amidst Anakin's inner turmoil, the door to their quarters chimed. Shaking himself from his dark thoughts, Anakin stood up and walked to the door. Upon opening it he was met, not with Obi-Wan as he had expected, but with Master Yoda. What was the Grand Master of the Jedi Order doing at his door? "Ah, greetings young Skywalker," Yoda said. "May I come in?" "Oh, of course Master," Anakin answered. "Master Obi-Wan isn't here though. He went to the gardens to meditate." "Fine, this is you it was that I came to see." "Me?" Anakin asked. That didn't make sense. He was just a Padawan. A skilled and powerful Padawan if he said so himself, but a Padawan nonetheless. Besides which, he had never thought Yoda liked him very much. Anakin knew Yoda had opposed him being trained in the first place. Aside from that, and a few lessons and council briefings, he had not really interacted much with the venerable Jedi. "Yes, you," Yoda said, smiling a bit. "Sit down we should. Long, our conversation may be." Somewhat nervous, Anakin simply nodded and walked over to the small dining table. He sat in one chair, and Yoda deftly hopped into the one opposite. For a long moment neither being spoke. Yoda sat calmly, while Anakin desperately tried to mask the storm of emotions in his mind. Finally, Yoda broke the silence. "An apology I owe you, Skywalker," he said. "An apology?" Anakin said, surprised. "You? What do you want?" "Unfairly have I treated you in the past," Yoda said, ignoring Anakin's obviously lost expression. "When first you came to this temple, criticize you I did, for your fear." "I remember," Anakin said, a hint of bitterness in his voice. "Wrong was I to do that," Yoda admitted. "Because of your age, judge you I did, as I would a Jedi initiate. Unfair this was to you. When reject you I did, a hypocrite I was being." "What do you mean, Master?" Anakin asked. He was still trying to wrap his mind around what was happening right now. Even his inner turmoil was briefly put to one side in face of this seemingly impossible turn of events. Criticize your fear, I did. And yet, my own fear it was, that led me to oppose your training, Yoda said, his eyes never once leaving Anakin's. Your fear? Anakin asked incredulously. What could you have been afraid of? Of what you could become, if fell to the dark side you did, Yoda said, his ears drooping slightly. Allowed this mere possibility to blind me to the truth, I did. For that, sorry am I. Anakin's mind seemed to have given up for the moment. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. The Grand Master was apologizing? To him? He couldn't count the number of times he had dreamed of proving that the Council had been wrong to reject him. Now, here was Yoda, calmly admitting that very thing. Master, why are you telling me this? Anakin asked. Because into the Order, 2 new students have been admitted, he said. Older than you were, both of them are. During the debate on accepting them, realized that unfair I had been. Too much weight I gave to your age. Successful you have been, despite that. If a mistake one makes, fix it one should. In this case, an apology, all I can offer it is. I thank you, Master, he said. I accept your apology. Anakin's heart secretly swelled a little at hearing Yoda acknowledge his success as a Padawan. Oftentimes it had felt as if it was only Chancellor Palpatine who recognized just how hard he worked and how far he had come. Obi-Wan noticed it sometimes too, but not as often as Anakin felt he should have. The thought of Obi-Wan sent his mind back to the visions he hadn't told him about. He was still very reluctant to talk about them, but he did have the wisest Jedi in the galaxy sitting across from him. If anyone could give him answers, Yoda could. Master Yoda, before you go, could I ask you something? Anakin said hesitantly. Always willing to help, I am. Your question, what is it? It's about the disturbance in the Force from a month or so ago, Anakin said. I had some sort of vision after it happened. This vision, trouble you it does, Yoda said, closing his eyes. Much confusion and uncertainty I sense from you. See, what did you, in this vision? It was about my mother, Master. I saw her die. Careful of your feelings you must be, young Skywalker. Uncertain, visions often are. Calm one must be, to interpret them. Fear of the future, not the Jedi way this is, Yoda said gently. I know, Master, but she's my mother, Anakin said helplessly. He expected another lecture on attachments to come from Yoda. What he got instead surprised him. It seemed to be the theme of the evening. Share this vision with me, will? Together, see something we may, that alone you missed, Yoda offered. The boy's obvious attachment to his mother concerned him, but now was not the time for that. The woman was still an innocent, and Anakin thought she might be in danger. Blinking numbly, Anakin could only nod his assent. Yoda reached across the table and took his hands, before closing his eyes and breathing deeply. Anakin followed suit, and allowed the old master to guide him into a deep meditation. They sank quickly into the currents of the Force, much more quickly than Anakin had ever managed before. For perhaps the first time, he truly gained an appreciation of just how large the gap between Yoda's skills and his own truly was. It seemed 900-something years of training gave one a rather formidable edge. Anakin couldn't help but promise himself that he would one day reach this level of mastery. As they sank into the Force, Yoda guided the meditation towards Anakin's memories. Gently, so as not to see anything he was not welcome to, he reached for the young Padawan's memories of his recent vision. As soon as he found it, Yoda carefully brought it to the surface so he could experience it for himself. As Skywalker had said, the vision showed his mother's death. Over a dozen different scenarios of it played across Yoda's inner eye. However, Yoda was not the Grand Master of the Jedi Order for nothing. Peering past the crystal-clear images of Shmai's death, he noticed something Skywalker had missed in the murky swarm of visions behind them. There was a vision where Shmai lived. Yoda could not tell for how long, or in what way, but it clearly showed her alive beyond the point of the other visions. Crucially, it also showed her not on Tatooine. Every instance of her death had her on the barren desert planet, but not this one. Here she was elsewhere, a city, though Yoda could not tell where. He could feel Skywalker's shock and elation, as he too saw this new possibility. The boy was so incredibly emotional, but also so determined to help people. It was a dangerous combination. It could lead him to ruin, but it could just as easily drive him to become one of the greatest Jedi the galaxy had ever seen, Yoda reminded himself. Just as with Naruto, Anakin's fate was not yet determined. Rising from the meditation, Yoda opened his eyes. He could see Skywalker blinking across from him. The boy shook off his disorientation quickly, and asked him the question that was burning in his mind. "Master Yoda, what does this mean?" Anakin's voice was desperate and raw. Rarely clear, visions are. But these, obvious their meaning is," Yoda said, watching the boy perk up at what he was implying. "Remain on Tatooine, your mother cannot. For her, only death waits there." "So we're going to rescue her, right, Master?" Anakin asked, bouncing in his seat from excitement. "Send a mission to bring her to Coruscant. I will. Work here, there will be for her. But on that mission, you cannot go," Yoda said firmly. "But why not?" Anakin asked, a little heat creeping into his voice. "She's my mother. She needs me. In this matter, compromised your judgment is. This is why, strive to avoid attachments, Jedi do." "But of course I'm attached to her, Master," Anakin cried indignantly. "She's my mother. Know this I do. Judge you for it right now, I will not. But on this mission, clear heads will be needed. Trust, you must, that safely brought here, your mother will be." Anakin deflated somewhat at that. Yoda's tone was calm, but utterly unyielding. There would clearly be no negotiations on this. Besides, the old master brought up some good points. He was emotional about this, and he had seen how that could screw him over in the past. Sighing, he bowed his head. "Of course, Master. I apologize for my outburst," he said. "Forgiven, you are. One last thing there is. A request I have for you," Yoda said, waving aside Anakin's rudeness with a smile. "What do you need me to do, Master?" "One of the new initiates, into the Clawmouse clan he has been placed. A boy of 12 he is, and new to the galaxy. Befriend him, I would have you. No, you do, the struggles he will face here. Help him, as helped you should have been." With that done, Yoda slid off the chair and onto the floor. Calling his Jimmer stick over to him, he walked out the door. Anakin was left gaping, trying to figure out what exactly had just happened, while at the same time feeling lighter and more at peace than he had in months. Naruto was feeling frustrated. He often felt frustrated when he was trying to learn something new, but this was especially bad. His mind just couldn't quite seem to grasp what it was that Yoda was telling him to do. It had been 2 days since he had joined the Clawmouse clan. He had fit in quickly, despite being one of the oldest ones there. Unlike him, the rest of the clan was made up of younglings who had been brought to the temple in the same year. The others' ages ranged from Ayer, who was nearly 20 months younger than him, to Barriss, who was his age, to Farron Bar, a male Iktakai who was several months older than him. Even the younger ones proved to be remarkably mature for their age, nothing like the snot-nosed kids he had experience with back home. Of course, some of those snot-nosed kids had also been his friends, he thought, an image of Kano Amuro rising in his mind. He fought down the wave of grief that came with it and focused his thoughts on his new friends. Ahsoka especially was great to hang out with. Despite being 18 months younger than him, she had quickly proved to be more than able to keep up. She had demonstrated that despite her age and size, she was perfectly capable of being really, really scary when she wanted to be. They had become fast friends, and were already planning several pranks to be executed in the coming weeks. It should be noted that Naruto's definition of maturity when it came to kids was somewhat different from the common consensus. He mainly defined it by a willingness and a capability to help him with pranks, and to kick butt if needed. Wandering, your mind is, a voice broke into his musings. Focused you must be, if to succeed at this you are. Yes, master. Sorry, came Naruto's somewhat sheepish reply. Yoda was sitting directly across from him in the small meditation room. The master was on a slightly elevated mat, putting him at eye level with his latest pupil. Yoda had decided that after a couple days to settle in, it was time to teach Naruto how to touch the Force like a Jedi. This was easier said than done. While the chakra of the shinobi was an expression of the Force, it was one of the most unusual and specialized that Yoda had ever seen. Chakra, as Yoda had discovered after a long talk with Jiraiya, was the Force being channeled into a being's body and forcibly merged with their own physical energy, their life's essence. When a shinobi used a jutsu, they were essentially using the Force to drain some of their own energy, and using the resulting mix to generate the technique. This was why manipulating the elements was so much easier with jutsu. The added physical energy of the shinobi's body helped manipulate the physical world far more readily than the Force alone. It also explained why genjutsu, which were far more akin to traditional Force techniques, were said to require more spiritual energy and less physical. It was essentially the shinobi accidentally using more of just the Force rather than mixing it with their own life essence. The entire thing was fascinating, and it opened up all sorts of interesting avenues that Yoda had every intention of exploring later. For now though, Naruto needed to learn how to feel the Force like a Jedi did. And that meant undoing years of prior training, not to mention several millennia of cultural memory. All of which led to the very frustrated young boy sitting across from him, trying to meditate. "I don't get it, Master Yoda," said boy cried out after a few minutes. "This just doesn't work. What am I doing wrong?" "Look outside yourself, you must," Yoda said calmly. "Your way, focused inward it is. Missing the greater truth of the Force you are." "What do you mean?" Naruto asked. "Through the Force, everything is connected," Yoda replied. "As a Jedi, sense the world around us we can. The past, the present, even the future, yes. Allow the Force to flow through you, you must. Quiet your mind. Beyond the physical you must look." "Huh?" Naruto said intelligently. "That last bit didn't make any sense." Show you it then, I will," Yoda said. "Relax your mind." With that, he reached out with the Force to Naruto, feeling for his mind. It sparkled and burst with energy, a storm of thoughts and emotions that swirled about in an unfocused mess. It was no wonder the boy found this so hard. His energy levels rivaled those of a caffeinated loth cat. Yoda would have to teach him moving meditation soon. Sadly, that wouldn't do for this. Putting that thought aside, Yoda located Naruto's chakra network. It felt so foreign to the old master, seeing the Force locked inside of someone like that. It looked so cut off, so incomplete. Reaching further, Yoda grasped the boy's actual Force presence with his own. With great care, he delicately separated it from the physical energy that formed the other half of chakra. He then guided it outside of Naruto's body, and allowed it to join with the larger field of the Force. Naruto gasped. He had felt an odd sensation when Yoda was doing whatever he had been doing. It had felt almost like he was trying to cast a genjutsu, but it had actually worked. All of a sudden, the universe seemed to open up in front of him. He could feel everything around him, from Yoda's shining presence, to the dim flickers of people on speeders outside. It wasn't just their presence either. He could feel their emotions, the shape of their minds. He felt connected to everything and everyone. He thought it might have been the most amazing experience of his entire life. "Wow," he said. "This is incredible. It's like being friends with everyone around me." Yoda grinned widely at that. It was perhaps the best description of feeling the Force he had ever heard. It was truly a privilege to watch someone touch the Force for the first time, especially when they were old enough to properly express their feelings. "Good," he said. "Now, focus you must on the world around you. Stop helping you, I now will." Naruto could feel Yoda's power withdraw. Instantly, maintaining the feeling of connection to the world beyond his body became nearly impossible. His instincts rebelled against this unusual usage of his energy, and he had to struggle not to immediately return his spiritual energy, no, his Force presence, he reminded himself, back to his chakra coils. He managed to keep his hold on the Force for a few seconds, before it slipped away from him. "Damn it," he cursed. "I can't do it without you helping me." "Calm yourself, Naruto," Yoda said. "Held on for several seconds you did. Old habits we are fighting, and any progress, impressive it is. Know what you are searching for, you now do. Find it again, you can." Mollified at that, Naruto settled back down to try again. As he meditated, searching for the Force, he found that Yoda was right. Having experienced what his goal actually felt like, he could feel when he was on the right track. It was like a warm light on his face, and he could feel when he turned towards it. It was still damnably tricky though. Yoda had to help him 3 more times before he managed to find it on his own. Even then, he was still only able to maintain the connection for a little over half a minute before his focus slipped. As soon as it did, he instinctively reverted to old habits and channeled the Force as chakra again. Once Naruto had managed to touch the Force a half-dozen more times on his own. Yoda dismissed him. "Know what you must do, you do now. With time, come to you naturally it will," he said. "Do you think I'll ever be able to use the Force and chakra at the same time, Master?" Naruto asked with an eager look in his eyes. "When use chakra you do, using the Force you are. Different sides of the same object they are. Using them together, not so hard it will be. Only practice will it take. In time, show other Jedi how to channel the Force as chakra you may. A new field of study for the Order it could become." "Awesome. I'm gonna go show Ahsoka and the others what I learned. Thanks Master Yoda." With that, Naruto rushed off, eager to impress his new friends. Yoda was left in the meditation chamber, smiling at the boy's seemingly unquenchable enthusiasm. As he watched Naruto leave, his face turned pensive. Naruto's power in the Force had impressed him. It was hard to sense normally, bound up in his body as it was. When Yoda had freed it though, it had glowed like an exploding star. The boy would eventually rival Skywalker in power. Darth Sidious was furious. This was unusual, as he typically held his emotions under tight control. Anger and hatred were tools of the Sith, it was true. However, his position was far too delicate for him to indulge in wild impulses. Nevertheless, his anger persisted. The cause of it was quite simple, but no less infuriating for that. The cursed Jedi had brought 2 new players onto the board. This was the absolute last thing he wanted. His plans were practically racing to fruition, the work of 1,000 years was nearly complete. Now was not the time for the unexpected. It had started with the mysterious shift in the Force a month ago. Sidious was lucky that he had been in this very chamber at the time, hidden deep within the Undercity of Coruscant. Every conceivable protection was applied to it, both technological and Force-based. As such, when the wave hit and his barriers slipped, he was safe from detection. The wave had damaged the veil that he and his old master had crafted to blind the Jedi to the future. The damage would take months, possibly even years to fully repair, though it should not affect the timeline of his plans too much. The more troublesome thing had come afterwards. The future had changed. It was obvious then and even more obvious now. Perhaps the most blatant example was the continued existence of Master Yaddle. Sidious actually snarled at that. The sanctimonious old goblin bitch had been supposed to die on Mawan. He had seen it in the Force. He had even discreetly helped fund Granta Omega's research to ensure that it would come to pass. And yet, still she lived. To compound matters, Sidious had been utterly unable to investigate the source of the disturbance. He had known the wave originated from Tython, but he had no options for going there. Chancellor Palpatine could not get away for the weeks it would take to navigate there and back, let alone the time it would take to search the planet. His new apprentice, Dooku, was equally busy, laying the groundwork for his coming plans. The man's task was far too critical to be abandoned now. None of his other agents were even capable of navigating to Tython. Sidious cursed himself for not preparing more Force-sensitive tools for himself. Maul had proven himself immensely useful, up until his death, and Sidious was feeling the lack of such an agent now. He would have to begin training some soon. Tyrannus could assist in that as well, he thought. When the Jedi had returned, he had naturally received word of it almost immediately. Spying within the Jedi Temple was near impossible, but he had little need to do so. As Supreme Chancellor, Palpatine was told of the unusual occurrence within a day by a well-meaning Jedi. What he had heard had shocked Sidious to his core. The Jedi had found 2 relics from the distant past. 2 Force-sensitive humans who had apparently been held in stasis somehow for 50,000 years. Sidious had no doubt that these 2 were the cause of the disturbance, and the thrice-damned changes to the future. This was hardly the first time the future had changed during Sidious's life. However, in the past the changes had been minor, trifling things. The future had still led inevitably to his ultimate victory over the Jedi. The success of the plan had been assured. This time, however, it was different. For the first time since Sidious had first seen the future, there was uncertainty. There were options now, other paths that he could not see clearly. His ascent was no longer the absolute certainty that it had been. A wisp of genuine fear curdled in Sidious's stomach at that thought, the first such feeling since he became a Sith. Snarling, he squashed the fear with anger. He was a Sith Lord, the only true Sith Lord in the galaxy. Fear was for lesser beings than he. He would have to meditate later, to regain his control. Now, though, there was the matter of what to do about these newcomers. Sidious could not risk trying to befriend them as Palpatine. His friendship with Skywalker was pushing it as it was, trying the same with these 2 would attract attention he could not afford. No, for now they were untouchable, much as Sidious hated to admit it. The temple was too full of Jedi and too well guarded for an attack, and as initiates they would not leave it for some time. He would wait, Sidious decided, until these 2 became Padawans. Then he would see about eliminating them. If, somehow, they survived, perhaps they would be worth trying to turn. Failing that, then he was confident they would die with the rest of the Jedi when the time came. All Sidious had to do was continue laying the groundwork for Skywalker's fall and the Jedi's destruction. Reining in his emotions once more, Sidious prepared to resume the mask of Palpatine. He had much to do, after all. There was still a republic to run, Sidious thought, if only for now. It was 3 days after his talk with Master Yoda that Anakin first encountered Naruto. He hadn't meant to. He was still mulling over whether or not he wanted to meet the boy at all. Yoda had asked him to more or less take the boy under his wing, and Anakin wasn't sure he wanted to do that. He was also waiting for news of his mother. Yoda had told him that a Jedi team had been sent to get her, but so far there had been no news. It seemed the Force had other plans, however, as when Anakin wandered into one of the engineering labs one afternoon, he found a masked blonde boy trying, and utterly failing, to disassemble a mouse droid. "What are you doing, kid?" Anakin asked. "Anyone would think you've never even held a hydro spanner before." "I haven't," Naruto answered shortly. He wasn't in the mood to deal with teasing right now. "What do you mean you haven't? You should have learned that in your basic engineering." Anakin trailed off as understanding began to dawn on him. "You're Naruto Uzumaki, aren't you? The new initiate?" he asked. "Yep," Naruto said as he kept struggling with the droid. "What's your name?" "I'm Anakin Skywalker." "Look, would you put that down? It's painful to watch," Anakin said, his engineering sensibilities crying out at Naruto's fumbling attempts to use the tool. It was apparently the wrong thing to say, as Naruto angrily threw both the droid and the hydro spanner onto the table. "There, is that better?" Naruto growled, his frustration getting the better of him. "I'd never even heard of any of this crap until like a month and a half ago, so I don't need you telling me how much I suck, okay?" "I was just no, you're right," Anakin said contritely. "That was rude of me. Do you want some help with this stuff? Droids are sort of my thing." Naruto instantly brightened at that, his eyes crinkling as he grinned beneath his mask. "You'd help me? Really? That would be great," he said happily. Anakin frowned internally at that, even as he moved to start showing the kid how basic tools worked. Naruto had been a little too surprised and a little too happy that someone would offer him help. Anakin recognized that behavior. He had seen it in himself and his fellow slaves on Tatooine. Master Yoda's request was starting to make a bit more sense. After a few minutes of teaching Naruto how not to cut his fingers off with a plasma torch, Anakin decided to try and dig a little deeper into Naruto's story. He couldn't be direct about it though, he thought. The kid would probably clam up at direct questioning. He would have to be a bit more subtle than that. "You know, I was older than normal when I came to the temple too," Anakin said. "Oh yeah? How old were you?" Naruto asked, still concentrating on his tools. "I was 9. Master Kigon rescued me from slavery on Tatooine, and brought me here. The council didn't accept me at first, but Master Obi-Wan talked them into it," Anakin replied, eyeing Naruto's reaction carefully. "You were a slave?" Naruto said slowly, disgust filling his voice. "There's slavery in the galaxy." "Not in the Republic, at least not really," Anakin said. "Out in Hutt space, or in the far outer rim, well, things can get pretty bad." "That must have been horrible," Naruto said. "Yeah, it wasn't too great," Anakin said, before carefully phrasing his next sentence. "I'm guessing you didn't have such a great childhood either, did you?" Naruto jerked a bit at that, and looked up sharply. "How did you dash?" "Your reaction when I offered you help," Anakin answered. "It takes one to know one. So, do you want to talk about it?" "Did you?" Naruto asked bitterly. "No," Anakin admitted. "But I probably should have. You shouldn't let that stuff just sit and fester. At least, that's what my master says, and he's pretty wise." Naruto was quiet for a while, seemingly deep in thought. Finally, after Anakin thought he might have withdrawn into himself, he started to talk. It was slow at first, hesitant, and a little nervous. As he kept going though, he grew more confident. The whole time Anakin listened, occasionally offering bits of advice on the droid. When Naruto paused, Anakin began speaking, telling a few tales of his own less than stellar boyhood. So it went, with the two of them trading stories and jokes, heedless of the hours passing. It wasn't until Naruto looked down and saw that he had not only disassembled, but also successfully reassembled the mouse droid, that he became cognizant of how late it was. He ran off to bed, but not before Anakin promised to help him with engineering again the next day. As Naruto sprinted away down the hall, Anakin sat back inside. He still wasn't sure how he felt about this. He was hardly someone that should be giving personal advice. But, he thought ruefully, he was still going to come back tomorrow and do the same thing all over again. He smirked a little at that. Master Yoda was cleverer than he had given him credit for. That will be it for this What If. Thanks for watching.